morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch Court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. So just to let you guys know, my voice is it's a little rough and a little scratchy today. I don't know if you hear it, but I feel it. I feel it. I was on a lot yesterday, and then I told y'all I was working on something, and and some of you might have seen it. It didn't drop till really, really late last night. And we had to take it down because it was the wrong video. Anyway, so I've decided the P. Diddy trial has started, or Puffy, or whatever the hell his name is now. I don't even know. Who cares? This guy is something else. Anyway, some people had asked me if I would cover updates for each day of trial, because it is a federal case, so there's no cameras or audio allowed in, just live updates from the courtroom. So I said, yeah, sure, that sounds great. Let's give it a go. And I've never pre-recorded anything before. So we did that last night, and then this morning it didn't drop till really late. We'll try to have them out earlier, but give us a break, give us some grace. It's our first time doing this. And I went to watch it this morning, and I realized it was the raw footage of the recording. So I know a few of you watched it and got to see all my behind the scenes bloopers of restarting and just being like, Amy, make sure you cut this out. This isn't good. So if you did, I hope you enjoyed it. But actually, we're going to be re-uploading that later today. And day 3 will come out this evening as well. But I thought that would be nice. We'll do Couch Court After Dark. Again, pre-recorded, because as much as I would love to be live with you guys all the time, I would. You guys are so much fun. Yesterday was the funnest day. I got to give my voice a rest sometimes. So expect updates on the Diddy trial tonight. I don't know what I read last night. It's weird. It's weird, you guys. Grab your barf bags. I'm just going to warn you, it's effed up. So we'll have that all out for you guys again tonight. Let me say good morning to the chat. Good morning, Lady in Gray. I hope you're doing great. I know you saw the bloopers. I know you did. I know you did. Um, oh, thank you, Paul. Thank you. Thank you for looking forward, and thank you for being here as well. I appreciate that. Lady in Gray says, I thought the recap was great. It was informative. Do not reload it. I don't know. It's a lot of me being like, all right, I'm going to start that over again. Yeah, it was pretty something. Good morning, Buffy. Oh, see, that's what happens when you're quick to watch. You might get a surprise. Though Terry True Crime did tell Amy, she was like, you need to save the bloopers for all of these. So we can play it for members only sometime. I was like, fine, we can do that. Anyway, so we don't know exactly what's going on with court. Remember, yesterday there was no court because somebody was sick. Everyone pretty much thinks it was Karen, because she wasn't there, her lawyers weren't there, her family wasn't there, but John's family was. So we watched the previous testimony of disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor, who is a scumbag. And then we watched Trooper Joseph Paul, the reconstruction guy. Oh, it was so cringy. It was so bad and embarrassing. Oh, the secondhand embarrassment was real. So today we'll see if there's court. They're probably not going to let us know until it gets closer. They did say yesterday that the niece and nephew were supposed to testify. So we're expecting them to probably testify today. Now, if the niece and nephew testify because they're juveniles, it is not allowed to be recorded or video. So I have something else lined up for you guys for when that happens, if it happens today. Either way, if there's no court today, we'll figure it out, just like yesterday. We had a ton of fun just being spontaneous. Um, but so I figured we could watch Brian Higgins cross, maybe, if you guys wanted to today. I think that could be fun. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. It's buffering like crazy. Is it buffering for anyone else? Oh no, I hope not. Um, anybody in the chat, let me know. By the way, I do have the blue smoke monster coming out of my side over here. I don't know why, but it's happening today. So just don't mind the blue smoke monster. It's there. We'll be friends with it. It's fine. By the way, if you guys haven't yet, please like this video so everyone knows we're live and they know where the party's at. Because it's here. It's here. You've watched Trooper Paul's testimony 20 times. All right, so we know who the masochist is in the group. Oh, it gets worse every time, I bet. So embarrassing. Who the children? Yeah, I don't think they'll be doing much with them. It's not very common that you'll see defense witnesses like go hard on questioning children. I think they'll probably just do what they did with Peggy, John's mom, and just be like, our condolences, no further questions. Maybe they'll have some, but they don't generally press kids unless like they really need to. No lawyer wants to do that because it is hard to look good doing that. So we'll see. Lady and Grace says yesterday was so much fun, and it reminded me how bad the investigation was. Trooper Paul was sad. Yeah, it was rough. And yesterday was so much fun. The chat, oh my gosh, you all were so hilarious, and all the new people that came and watched. It was such a good day. I was smiling until I went to bed. It was awesome. So hopefully we'll have another fun day like that. Buffy says yes, because there's some discrepancy on the time. He said he went to the Canton PD, and that's the time that's on the video footage. Yes, I can't wait to watch Brian's Higgins testimony if we get to that today, because we haven't really, well, I don't think they're bringing him. Maybe they will now that defense is like, it's that guy. That guy did it. Maybe they'll have to, but okay. All right. We're good. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Give me just a second. I have had like 2 sips of coffee this morning, so. Excuse me. Thank you. What else did we do last night? Oh, Terry True Crime over at True Crime and Wine Time, this channel, but also she has the True Crime and Wine Time live. We had Scott Hoover on as a guest last night. He's, ow, sorry, my little like connector for my headphones like pinched my skin or something or shocked me. I don't know what that was. Zoe, you need to not be under the desk, babe. Come on. You're going to get all tangled up. There you go. Zoe's being Zoe today, in case anybody was wondering. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. Lady and Grace says last time I think there was a little cross of the niece, but no cross of the nephew. Yeah, that's what I would expect too. And again, I wouldn't expect it to be, I don't even know why they're calling them, but here we are. But anyway, Terry had an interview with author Scott Hoover. He wrote the book Beverly Hills Noir. He's a journalist. He's a friend of the channel. He comes on quite a few times. He's a really great guy. I want to be his bestie. But they were talking about the Menendez resentencing hearing that was yesterday. The Menendez brothers, the judge ruled that they could be resentenced, so it is now 50 years to life, which makes them eligible for parole. And there's a parole board hearing in June sometime. Anyway, go over and watch that interview. It was very insightful and great. Today, there's no midday missing because it's mostly going to be just me today. My usual morning co-host, Annie, she's working on, having a baby any day now. So she needs all the rest she can have. So it'll be just me. And I think maybe the lovely Buffy might be joining later if I would have been smart and sent her a link, which I did not. I mean, I know you can't get on right now, Buff, but I'll tell you what. One of these days, I'm going to seem like a professional. Just kidding. That's probably like never going to happen. Um, I knew I forgot to do something today. Excuse me. So, yes, no bin day missing. We're going to be here all day. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be with Terry on True Crime in Wine Time as her guest co-host. And the case we're covering is Inside the Mind of a Necrophile, the Karen Greenlee story. Yes, a female necrophile. Think about it. All right, stop thinking about it because it also, you're going to need a barf bag for it. Uh, it's really interesting, and it's going to be something. It's going to be something. But that's tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on this channel. So make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, and all that jazz. Good morning, Bobby B. By the way, Bobby B, do you watch Game of Thrones? I ask because King Robert Baratheon, all the fans call him King Bobby B. And that's what your name reminds me of. That's what I think in my head every time I see your name. Bobby B. Got to get the baby Buffy to school, and then she might be on. Good morning, Amber Michelle. Good morning. Oh, I love seeing all these new faces, especially this early in the morning. You guys are wonderful. I love it. Yes, good morning to all of our new friends. And then all my ex-users, if you see anything about court being canceled today or any updates on with the kids, just let me know. Okay, be my eyes and ears for me, please and thank you. Oh, you lost your, oh, you know what? I did lose my cups. Because I changed my background for the Diddy recording last night, but I'll change it back to the cups when court gets started. Thank you for reminding me. Don't want to forget the best evidence collector, because guess what, guys? It holds liquid well. According to, who said that? Officer Gallagher, I think it was. Oh, those guys. Those guys. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, if you haven't yet, like the video, let everyone know where the party's at. Share with your friends, right? We had a good time yesterday, so let them know where the fun is. Hello, Claire. Good morning. Good morning, you. Do all the baby oil for Diddy. Oh my gosh. What is that about? What is that about? Imagine. I hope he paid the cleaners for everything so well, because the amount of baby oil they discussed in court is astounding. Astounding. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, you guys will have to watch the recap that'll be coming out again later tonight to find out all the Diddy details. And by the way, do not make sure you have earbuds in. Okay, make sure you have some earbuds or headphones or something, because you may not, if you got littles running around, you do not want them to hear any single detail from that trial, because oh boy, even reading it was like, ugh, yikes. uh I'm drawing the line at baby oil. Yeah. Oh, it's so slippery. I don't know. I don't even think I've ever used baby oil. I don't know. That was simply odd. Not enough baby oil. Yeah, that's not enough. A baby pool full, not enough for him. So weird. I don't understand. But, oh, wait, guys, they have the OnlyFan going. So I think that's a good sign we'll have court, because I don't believe there was a OnlyFan yesterday. So yeah, that's exciting. Amber Michelle says, yes, yes, yes. Glad to be back with you guys today. I'm usually with RA and his crew, but we'll hang over here today. Well, thank you for that. Love RA too. RA is kind of, well, it wasn't why I got into trials, but I definitely met a lot of the lovely folks in chat, in his chat when he first started, kind of one of the OG followers of him. So he is wonderful. Thank you for joining us instead, or going back and forth, supporting everyone, right? The internet is big enough for everybody. I know that's his motto. But yeah, he's a pretty great guy. Are you behind again? Yesterday, I was like, are you behind a little bit? Because the comments were just funny with the timing, but you can watch at whatever speed you need to. Yeah, let me just present this. I'm not going to put it up on the screen yet, so I don't forget. There we go. Um, I love the true crime community here on YouTube. That's part of why, because we got some time to kill before court starts. We got like 10 minutes. So, part of the reason I wanted to do this was to kind of give back to the true crime community. So I started watching trials like 3 or 4 years ago. I suffered from really bad anxiety. Like it was really bad, you guys. It's pretty agoraphobic. And I was so scared to say hi to anybody on the chat. It took me 2 weeks to just say hi in the YouTube chat of RA, actually. And by meeting everyone, it really helped me come out of my shell. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it did. And so I really want to give back to the community because I know that there's people out there that are like me, where they're just really lonely and they needed to feel friendship with other people and felt important. And the true crime community gave that to me. So I just want to give that back. And, again, if there's someone out there that's listening right now that's too shy to say hi in the chat, I promise they're all nice people. Okay? So you'd be surprised the kind of people you meet. And now they're all my besties, like 13 of my besties, the ones you see on the show and in the chat. We all met in YouTube chats. So there are real people behind the names. Drinking coffee, you don't know how I do it. There is a lot of creamer. A lot of creamer in there. I do not drink black coffee. No, thank you. Good morning, Elbow Feet. Good morning. In case you didn't know, Elbow Feet is Mr. Llama. He is working, but he joins us a lot in the chat. You picked a good one to break out when you picked RA. He's great. Yeah, he's great. The community was great. Again, I met so many lovely people. Even though like we don't all live together, the bond that you build you're spending 6, 8 hours a day talking to people. You get to know them every day. So I'm not nice. Don't lie to these people. Oh, stop it. Whatever. Good morning, Amy Beth. Good morning, babes. All right. So we do have a ceiling fan today, you guys. We got a ceiling fan. But let's not get our hopes up. I'm sure it'll be Bev on the stand being like, lawyers, can I see you at the for a sidebar as soon as she comes in? And then it'll probably be the kids, and then we'll just watch Brian Higgins, I guess. So, oh goodness. Let's see. Yes, if you're coming in, please hit that like button and share on social media if you got it. If you don't got it, that's okay too, because I don't have social media. I quit that a long time ago. Sure did. Best thing that ever happened. Actually, somebody hacked my account and then deleted it. So they actually did me a favor. I wasn't that sad about it. And then I didn't go back. But it is kind of useful for things like this because a lot of people give updates on X. So that's why I rely on the chat, because they are good at finding stuff on the fly, or right off the rip, as they say in Boston. What were the words that we heard? Oh, Michael Proctor said to his friends. It was a word they used to describe drunk or wasted. I can't remember what it was, but it was so weird. And I was like, I have never heard of that phrase ever. Of course, they don't know the difference. Well, Michael Proctor, disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor, doesn't know the difference of, what did he call it when he said, oh, she should just kill herself, or whatever he said. Oh, that guy. I thought about him a lot yesterday. Oh, I didn't like him. Yes, Bobby B, that's it. Puddled. Does anybody else say that in their neck of the woods? We don't say that in Ohio. You were sharing on X all day yesterday. Yes. Everybody that shared Yesterday. It made a huge difference in our views. It's been our highest viewed show, you guys. I couldn't believe it. It was so cool just hanging out with y'all, and I appreciate you guys so much. Like a cuddle puddle. Like a Zizian cuddle puddle. Blech. Blech. Nobody is bringing baby oil to the cuddle puddle. No, thank you, please. Yeah, he also said she waffled him. I haven't heard that before this route. What was that just mean running over him? I don't understand. I don't think he really explained what the word waffled meant. I just assume it's a Boston area thing. I've never heard either one of those things. It was so much fun. Oh, well, ew, Lady in Gray. Yuck. People are the worst. Never heard of it either, Claire. See, we need like a Boston lexicon dictionary to understand some of the things. Oh, elbow feet, Mr. He knows a lot of things. Says waffle is a common first responder term. Okay, okay, so it's not a common thing. It means run over by a car, as in the tire tracks turn them into waffles. Oh, ew. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there were context clues, but I've never heard of it anywhere. Right? We learned so many pirouettes, the lowdown stuff. So I don't know if you guys remember, I'm pretty sure in Jackson's opening statement, he said something along the lines of, you're going to hear all sorts of stuff and even the paranormal. Was that like implying they plan on calling Trooper Paul? It was like, the crime scene spoke to me. It was so weird. Is that the paranormal they're talking about? I don't know. Oh, yay. I love that. I love that. Oh, I can't type. Oh my goodness. Um Oh, is that Evie's description? Okay. There's also a meat crayon. Oh, we don't need to go there. Oh, Effie, it's too early in the morning for these people. Don't scare all my new friends, please, and thank you. I'm just kidding. Um, yeah, the Sally port goes. Oh, we had somebody whose name was that in the chat yesterday. It was the funniest name I think I've seen. It was hilarious. I loved it. Because in the Sallyport video that they have, this person just appears out of nowhere. Oh, I guess that's probably the paranormal they were talking about too. I don't know. Trial has everything, really. Um, Trooper Paul thinks he's William Defoe from Boondocks. I feel bad for that guy. I really do. I think that he seems to be one of the younger people on the force. I feel like he just kind of does what he's told, and it was embarrassing for him. It was bad. Sorry for your typos. It's early. It is fine, babes. Don't even worry about it. I'm doing my best. We're all doing our best. We've barely had any coffee. Lady in Gray says, I really want the defense to call Proctor, Higgins, and Paul if the CW doesn't. Higgins will testify there was a man in the house. Oh, really? Oh. I also think they need to call others who were in the house. I think they do too, but I don't think they're gonna. And so I'm gonna catch everyone up because there's some more people in here right now. There's a good chance the niece and nephew are testifying today. There will be no audio, no video. We're gonna have to entertain ourselves. So I think what I'm gonna put on in the meantime is Higgins Cross because his whole testimony is like 4.5 hours. And you guys, I like you way too much to make you listen to Lally for 2 hours. Okay, we're besties now. Friendship bracelets for everyone, okay? So I think we'll just watch the cross of Brian Higgins, and that should probably get us through. Um, sorry, the niece and nephew testifying today. I'm hoping they do it in the morning, just for the kids' sake. because I can't imagine being a kid on the stand. It must be very intimidating um, to do that. So I hope they just go ahead and get it out of the way this morning so the kids can go about their day. Um, because I mean they're in their teens, but still, like, those poor kids. Oh, my heart goes out to them because both their parents died like a month apart from one another, and then John took over raising them, and then he died. And that's like horrible. Um, oh, you were watching Higgins this morning? Okay, I heard that's the next place we need to go and watch. So, anyone else's audio keep going out? Oh, oh, never mind. Oh, if he says it's probably his Bluetooth thing, that makes sense. Um, hello, good morning, 80s Music Man. Good morning. Turtle Boy says they're not calling Brian Albert either. That does not surprise me. Remember, it just happened on the front lawn of their house. It's no big deal. It's totally fine that a guy who was supposed to go to their house is dead outside in the yard. But nobody asks any questions. Totally normal. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be so hard on the people who live there if, like, it was just some rando that was found in the yard. I mean, do I think police still should ask them questions? Yeah. But they knew that John was supposed to come to their house. Ugh, this investigation, guys. I've said it before, everybody can have their own opinions, but at this point, to me, it doesn't matter if Karen did it. If she didn't do it, it doesn't matter. This investigation was so piss poor, so bad that I cannot believe they brought this to a second trial. I've watched numerous trials, and I've never seen anything like this. The unprofessionalness, the not following. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Not following, protocols, simple things that even we all know how to do. I've watched enough forensic files. I know all of you guys have too. It's not that hard, right? They didn't interview any neighbors who are also all cops. And again, we have a dead cop in the yard, and it's like they just didn't give a shit. So, I don't understand it. And I believe that there's been like 2 other bodies found in yards in the area. It's 1 or 2, I don't remember. They were not officers, but they were found dead in people's front lawns. And the same people were investigating them. I believe, I could be a little wrong there, but either way, there seems to be something going on where there just seems to be dead people in lawns in Canton, in Boston. I don't know what's happening there. It's a very weird place. Yeah, justice for Officer John O'Keefe. I understand that, it's easy to be like, well, I think Karen's guilty, and there you go. And you can think that, all right? You can think that all you want, and you're entitled to. But just saying, I think they did it is not enough, all right? The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not just a hunch, not just a gut feeling. Believe me, there's a lot of cases where they're pretty sure who did them, who killed that person. They're pretty sure about it, but they don't have enough evidence to take them to court. And yes, it's unfortunate that the victim doesn't get justice and the family doesn't get justice. But the reason it's like that is so that way BS like this doesn't put innocent people in jail. There's already innocent people in jail. There is. It's hard to believe for some people, but there are. Let's not make it even higher numbers, you know? So, I don't know if we'll ever actually get true justice for John O'Keefe. I mean, even if she did do it, this investigation is a slap in the face to him, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Not everybody has to have the same one here. By the way, if you have differing opinions, by all means share them, as long as there's no name calling and being rude to one another. We can always have a wonderful discourse of differing opinions, right? I do love differing opinions. We just no name calling and stuff like that. No canvas of the neighborhood. They might have gotten video of people leaving in the back end of their cars. Oh, no, wait, remember the neighbor. It was just on the door, you guys. He didn't need to check it because one time he picked up a package there and was sent a picture of him picking up the package. Who was that? Officer Gallagher, I think it was. I think it was that guy too. Oh, gosh. But he didn't need to get it because he picked up a package one time. So he knew where the cameras were, where they panned. Idiot. How many cases have we followed where it took years to bring charges? That's true. Years. Justice can take a long time. All right. And I know that's hard for us because we want immediate justice because of the rage it gives us. Fair. Fair. But this evidence is not. I wouldn't even call it evidence, to be quite honest with you. Angie says, I didn't realize in 2018 they overlooked a dead body on a lawn for hours across from John's house. No snow that time. Wow. Now, is that like a forested area? Because that's a thing, like a lot of missing people, if they're in any sort of like foliage or woods, that kind of environment, the body, you could walk past that body 10 times and never see it. In some scenarios, it does happen quite a bit. It can be right there. And more often than not, it's usually close to where they disappeared from. It is very strange, but Lady in Gray, my question is, would you want this investigation for you or your loved one? Absolutely not. I'd rather call you guys on my besties to be on the case. I'll tell you that right now. Oh my goodness. It's unacceptable. And I think what makes me most upset about it is that it seems like everyone that works for MSP is okay with this. And I just don't know how you can be okay with your performance and how you went about things. Like a few things here and there, okay, but all of it is that bad? Oh, goodness, no thank you. Good morning, Polly. Good morning. Blessed Assurance, good morning. Haven't seen you in a few days. Maybe you were just lurking. And by the way, we love our lurkers too. I know some of you are lurkers, and we appreciate you. Call out the citizen detectives. That's right. That's right. If I ever go missing, I know I have a team. I had actually a funny story. A few weekends ago, I got this really weird text message on my phone. And it said, help me, I'm being murdered. Help me, or something like that. And I didn't know who it was from. I was like, this is such a weird thing to say. And then they were like, they said this would make for like a great podcast or whatever. And I was like freaked out. Okay. I was like, how did somebody have my, like, this is very oddly specific, you know? And very few people have my personal number. And so I texted them back and I was like, who's this? Why wouldn't you call 911 instead of calling or texting a random stranger? Because they called me a bunch of times too, but I wasn't by my phone. And so I told my friends about it. All right. And just like that, they were on it. They were calling the number. They were just like looking things up. We're ready to go. It turned out to be my brother. He got a new phone number, but instead of just texting me like a normal person, hey, I got a new number. He thought that would be hilarious. And then was like, you would just let me die and get chopped into a million pieces. And I was like, it's less steps to call 911 than to call and text me. So at that point, you might deserve to be dead. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But I don't think I'm his emergency contact anymore. So Bobby B says, who mentioned that John had a coat on? I recall he never wore one to the waterfall. Has there been any testimony that he had a jacket? I don't think there has been. But this is all over the place, so there may have been, but I don't think so. Because the whole thing was he didn't even have a jacket. But maybe somebody that watched trial 1 has an answer, because remember, this second trial is not even close to the first one I've heard, because I didn't watch the first one. So, oh, one of the EMTs. Oh, that's right. Said he had a puffy coat. It was the first guy. What was his name? Nuttall. You know, you just thought it was going to be an EMT firefighter, and I think it was him. And defense tore him a new one because he said something about a puffy coat, and John never had a puffy coat. I do know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. My brother is diabolical. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. I was like, oh my gosh. Next time, just say I got a new number. Because everyone, I do not answer phones, numbers that I don't have in my phone. Forget about it. Not doing it. Okay, yeah. So it was the first EMT in the first trial. He said John was wearing a puffy coat. And then this time, yeah, he impeached him about that, which is so... Why? Good morning, RTC. Yep, it does look like there's trial today. We got a fan going. Again, it might be the niece and nephew testifying right off the bat, which means no audio or video, but don't worry, we're going to entertain you with the previous testimony of Brian Higgins, the cross of Brian Higgins from the first trial. So we got something to keep y'all busy. Another fun day here. Karen was seen pulling up at the courthouse. Good, good. I was worried she was having an MS flare, and I know the internet was being such jerks and saying really bad stuff about her possibly being sick. And MS is no joke, you guys, and all stress makes it exasperate. It sounds like it's not a good time. And you know, lots of people have it. It's a chronic illness. It's chronic. All right, you don't get to pick and choose when you have these flare-ups. So, and everybody that was talking about that like yesterday, this is why I don't have social media, because I would just fight with people all day. I'd be like, you guys are as bad and rude and trashy as disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor, who was making fun of her body and the things she had been through. Ugh, people are the worst. But anyway, but welcome to have you here. Thank you. Thank you. The niece and nephew are there this morning. Yeah, my guess is they're going to be the first ones up. So, we'll probably see Bev call the lawyers for a sidebar, and then it'll probably go black for a while. But that's okay, because I have the other one queued up. So, much smoother today than yesterday. So, yesterday we were just in chaos. Oh yeah, by the way, if you guys have some free time, so we're running some surveys on our channel for our different shows, because we want to get feedback from our viewers on what they would like to see more of or not, or, you know, just your opinions. We don't really know, you know, where we want to go after. Karen Reed is the first trial that we're covering for Couch Court with Llama. So, you know, I want to know what you guys think of the show, what you want to see more of. I mean, we're spending, what, 6 to 8 hours a day together, so I think you guys should have some input on what happens. So, I know one of the mods will drop the link in the chat, and it's only a few minutes. Any feedback is wonderful, whether it's just, you know, suggestions or things you don't like, that's okay too. Just be nice about it, though. Don't write rude things. Constructive criticism, please, and thank you. But yeah, if you could take a minute, they'll be putting it through the chat all day. We're just running it for this week, just so we know, because I'm here for you guys. I mean, I'd probably be here if there was only 2 of you guys too. That's true. Because before I did this, I would just be on Discord all day, pretty much doing this. So, I'd be doing it either way, but I want to make sure we're all having a good time at Couch Court with Llama here. So maybe you should leave. No. No way, Bobby B. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy you, and I enjoy your commentary, as well as everyone else's. My dog is being a pain in the butt. Why do we need to lay right under the desk today, Zoe? Not great. Not great. Excuse me. And if you weren't here at the beginning of the show, I am starting to cover the USA versus Sean Diddy Combs case, that trial that started 2 days ago. Today's day 3. We will be uploading day 1 and 2 at some point today, and then day 3 will come out this evening. But I'm going to try to do daily updates. They're pre-recorded, so we're not going to have live and chat and stuff like that, even though I love hanging out with you guys. And then maybe we might even do like a special, like, just talk about, you know, what's happened in the next week or two. It's supposed to go until July 4th. So we're going to be at it for a while. But you guys, it's disturbing and it's weird and it's gross. So the coverage is not for the faint of heart. It may not be suitable for everybody. And that's all I got to say about that. Remember, it's a sex trafficking case. So yeah, it's not great. It's not great. You're heading back for an appointment. Be back at 11. Okay, good luck with that, RTC. We will be here. You know where to find us. Yep, we'll save you a seat. Our couch is huge. Llama doesn't sleep. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. No, not really. I went to bed. I don't know. What time did I go to bed last night? Like 12:30 maybe? Maybe it's earlier than that. I don't know. I was too wound up. But yeah, and I don't even get to sleep in on the weekends anymore because now my body's used to waking up this early, and I am not a fan of it. As a matter of fact, on the weekends, I wake up even earlier. It's BS. BS indeed. Oh, goodness. My throat is really killing me today. Can you guys tell a difference, or is it just me? Oh, goodness. All right, we got the ceiling fan. It's 9:16, and we're not starting on time. Typical. Typical. What can we do to kill the time? Because that's all I really have to talk about. Oh, I guess I can do this again. Sure. We'll promote tomorrow night on True Crime and Wine Time with Terry, True Crime. I will be guest co-hosting with her. Oh, I got a weird hair on my microphone. There's a dog hair. Anyway, I will be guest co-hosting with Terry, and we're going to cover the Karen Greenlee story, a look inside the mind of a necrophile. Yeah, it's also gross. It's also gross. We will be role playing a little bit because Karen did an interview. Karen Greenlee, not Karen Reed. Let's not get the two separated. Okay, these are very different women. Okay. Anyway, Karen Greenlee did an interview with somebody in the 80s, a few years after her incident. And it's an eye-opener. So we're gonna roleplay that. I think I'm reading Karen's stuff, so I'm gonna say some weird things. So nobody clip that and take it out of context, okay? But that'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. It'll be a good time. So all my little couch potatoes, join me there. It's gonna be something. I am reading a lot of not great stuff out loud. I just realized that. Not at this moment, but I mean between covering Diddy and Karen Greenlee. Oof. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be so weird. Oh, it's so weird. It's so weird, you guys. I don't get it. I don't get it at all, but here we are. And it's not very often you hear about, like, lady necrophiles either. So apparently it's very rare. But I'll let you sit and ponder that. And then tomorrow night we'll answer all your questions. Well, I don't know if it'll answer them all because I still got like 1,000 more questions. But yes, it'll be a good time. Oh, we got something happening. What a memento.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Jim.
Called it. Thanks, Judge Beth. Called it. Sidebar it is. Oh, it looks like Karen is wearing, it's either a light blue, lavender, pink periwinkle suit, it looks like. Oh, it kind of matches the sweater of John's mom today. That's kind of weird. Oh, I do feel so bad for his mom. Oh, breaks my heart. Can't imagine. Doesn't matter how old your kid is. I think losing them at any point must be terribly, terribly hard and heartbreaking. And my heart goes out to her. It really does. I know some people are even being mean to his parents, his family. Like, here's the thing with grieving, okay, is that you will believe anything to make yourself feel better, including the cop. You just want what's best and get justice for your kid. I do not judge the family in any way of how they're responding. Grief is a very complicated thing. And just remember, this is not the first kid she lost. She lost her daughter too, the kid's mom. So I think she just has Paul now. Oh, it's tough. Tough for her. She looks good in that. Oh, Karen, I only got a quick glimpse. I only got a quick glimpse of her outfit. I hope they pan back here. You know what? I'll just put it back in. Y'all can see what everybody's wearing. What is today? Day 15? Is that where we are? Okay. There we go. There's that. But like I said, folks, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the kids. Everybody's wearing this periwinkle lavender purple. Oh, it matches. It matches the show. I just realized. They must be big fans. Yeah. Just kidding. Oh, Lady in Gray says, I feel sorry for her for losing two children, but there are other aspects to her. I'll leave it at that because I can't comprehend what she feels. Of course. Of course. Of course. There is no need to be mean to his parents and family. It's tough. Reed's dad is pimping. He is very dapper. He's a very dapper gentleman. Actually, everyone in this courtroom dresses very dapper every day. I think they might have the best dressed courtroom I've ever seen. Or gap. I think they might have the best dressed people in the gallery of any court trial I've seen. Just putting that out there. Because I've seen some people show up to court and just be like, that's, do you know where you are? That's how you showed up to court today? I mean, don't get me wrong, you don't need to be in your fanciest, but oof, I've seen people at our local courthouse before. Just be like, oh boy. Oh boy. Angie says, I don't like that they don't refer to him as offering trial. Wonder if they thought it would be more prejudicial. Yeah, we brought this up yesterday, and I think Buffy said that they might have ruled that as prejudicial. Now, I've seen that before, because it can create a bias for the jury. It's not meant to disrespect victims, but it does happen. Another time you'll see that happen is in self-defense cases. There's often a ruling where they can't call the victim a victim because of the argument that's being made that it's self-defense, right? So there's a reason. I know it makes a lot of people uncomfortable and they don't think it's right. But again, what do we want? We want a fair trial and we want the jury to make a fair decision. So my guess is there probably is some sort of ruling made where they can't refer to him as Officer O'Keefe. I don't think we've heard anyone call him that, but it is a thing. And I know a lot of people aren't happy about it. But that's just how it is. Even if it wasn't Karen on trial for his death, or it was somebody else, they would make the same ruling most likely. So look at that pink tie. Who has a pink tie? Or is it red? I don't know who you're talking about, Lady in Gray. In PJs? I've seen people in PJs. I think there's an order not to speak of him being an officer. I know they did that in trial one. Yeah, then they probably did it for this one too. It's very, very common. Let's see. The courtroom is so small, there is no true public viewing. The families have so many seats for their invited guests. Yeah, it is so small. Like literally on the other side where the camera is the jury. That's it. That's it. And it's such a weirdly shaped. Ow! Pinch myself again with. Ow! No. Okay, it's shocking me. It's not even. I think it's a shock. I don't know what that's about. Um, it's a very bizarre looking courtroom with a lot of wood. I don't understand why there's rails. Oh, well, I guess maybe so there's a defined barrier, I suppose. But anyway, it's very interesting. A guest on Karen's side has a pink tie. Pink is supportive of Karen, but I like a man who isn't afraid to wear pink. I agree. I agree. I like guys that wear colorful clothes. You know, that gentleman there in the purple looking shirt looks nice. Looks very nice. Yeah, oh, I would not want to be starting. I would not want to be sitting in this gallery at all. It feels very claustrophobic, and I imagine it's very warm. And I bet in the afternoon it smells a little bit. I bet. Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. You know what? That pink tie is right in front of my face. I'm not quite awake yet. Yes, the trial has started. It's on, but she called the lawyers to sidebar. I'm going to go with the children are probably going first, so we will see what happens. We will see. I hope it's soon because I need to refill my coffee. Oh, look, there's the blue smoke monster coming up on my screen again. I don't understand. Some days it's there, some days it's not. Call it bluey. I miss my chair crow, though. That was pretty cool. I know, right? They can't all smell each other's breaths, and nobody's allowed to have anything to drink, which is stupid. It can't be great. It can't be great at all. Though I do like the little banister they have in the back for press. I think that's pretty cool and neat. I also like that security officer's handlebar mustache looking thingy is going on there. Because, oh, look, he looked. He heard me. Just kidding. Also, sitting on a church pew for like 7 hours. No, thank you. I know some people brought cushions. I'd bring my cushion. No way. No way could I do that. Bev will threaten to cut off the AC if the jury can't hear the witness. The witnesses usually speak up. I bet it does get hot in there. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Yikes. How can they not hear them? They have microphones, though. I don't understand how everybody can't hear them, but okay. Or does, like, the microphones not go in? Is the microphones only for us to hear? Maybe. I don't know. And Nikki D says, I'm sure it stinks in there after a full day of Yuri or Higgins. Yuck. Probably. Probably. And good morning, Nikki. Good morning. Yeah, wouldn't it be great? And we have the IT guy back. We had a lady last week. I think they rotate. I don't know. Or maybe he was taking a vacation. Oh, the Darth breathers. Oh, gosh, you guys. Trooper Paul. And his breathing into the microphone. How did that keep happening? Like, I haven't heard anyone else breathe into the microphone. Oh, there's her
All right.
outfit.
So
Look how cute that is. I like that. It's nice. Oh, Karen had to run out. Maybe she had to use the restroom or something. We'll see, but I do like her suit. Short break while the jury enters. But he was just constantly like, out of his nose, though. I mean, not even Bev makes that much noise into her microphone. I could, like he's gonna have a panic attack or something like that. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. There were a lot of mic breathers in trial one. Oh gosh. Oh, that's tough. The, well, I don't know. I was gonna say though, I'd rather have the mic breathers than the opening of evidence because I do not like that sound. Most of the time is awful and I hate it. Um, it hasn't been too bad in this trial compared to some other ones I've watched. They literally just have it up to the microphone, crinkling everything. Oh, it's so awful. It's so awful. I think I'd rather have the mic breathers for sure than listening to evidence crackling. Hmm. And if I become a mic breather, you guys tell me. Okay, we're besties now. You all have my friendship bracelets, so you have to be like Llama. You're pulling a paw, or right, yeah, a trooper paw. Had a gum chewer in the mic too. They were allowed to chew gum in court. I am surprised that Bev allowed that. Ooh, I would not like that at all. Mm-mm. No, I'm also one of those people that do not like to hear you chewing your food. Elbow feet. He knows. He knows. I don't like it. The image of this fan is ingrained in my brain. I know. Maybe I should email the court and see if the fan will give me an interview. Just think of everything the court has seen. And do they only have one ceiling fan for the whole courtroom? Because if they only have one, I don't feel like that's going to really do a whole lot. It's like a regular size looking ceiling fan. Probably isn't helpful at all. So we... Okay. You go lay over there. Okay. Lady in Gray says there isn't a judge around here who would allow a witness to chew gum on the stand. In fact, the bailiffs would tell you to spit it out. Yeah. Yeah. Regardless, no excuses. That's weird. Uh, they could auction the OnlyFan off and buy body cams. Oh, but guys, they needed a new kitchen for the headquarters that they apparently have somewhere that they don't take witnesses to be interviewed or take evidence or cars, nothing. Nothing goes to MSP. Why is that? I think that's weird. Because I imagine it can't be that far. They're just going to people's house and interviewing them all the time like they're the freaking FBI or something. It's weird. And maybe that's what all state police do, and I don't know that. I don't know. I've never heard of it anyway. For like every person. And yeah, I know there was a blizzard. But what about all the other days? No, you are not going outside yet. You gotta wait. I bet those cops don't want body cams. They don't want to record anything. No, they don't. No, they don't. They sure as hell don't want body cams. I mean, look at what we've found out about all their investigations now. Imagine what is there if there were body cams. Then they have to actually do things right. And the Proctor said in the last trial that we watched yesterday that they don't even record witness statements unless they feel like they really have to. Why? Why? Why not? I have so many issues with these people. Zoe, please go lay down. Please and thank you. Oh my goodness. Let's come here. Come here. See what? Come here. Not you, Kita. Oh, okay. You don't want that? All right. Well, you guys can wait. You gotta wait a second. They were just outside not that long ago. Don't feel like I'm neglecting my dogs. They're just needy. If you're new here, they're just needy. And they're fine. Some days they have attitudes. Just my older one, Zoe. She's an older beagle. She's like 12, 13. Stubborn. What kind of dogs do you have? Yeah, so I have like a 12, 13-year-old beagle. That's Zoe. She's an old lady. She's very stubborn and a princess. And then my other dog is a Norwegian elk hound. She's about 3, and her name is Kita. And she just loves pets all the time. Like, she's obsessed with being petted all of the time. So she's fun. Except if you've ever had a dual coated dog, meaning she has 2 coats, because her coat self cleans. Because so a Norwegian elk hound is like a miniature husky. Like if a husky and a German shepherd had a miniature baby, that's kind of what a Norwegian elk hound is. And she's going to be losing her coat very soon. And there's going to be just piles of hair everywhere. It's crazy. But I love them. They're very sweet dogs. They're just getting used to me not being available for pets and cuddles all the time. But after I'm done, I go lay in bed and they get all the pets and love. So they're very spoiled. Yes, RC, we got a fan. They're bringing the jury in. I don't know why it's taken so long, but... Oh, you have a husky Malamute? And their hair is everywhere. Yes, it's so... I don't even know where it all comes from. But she should be getting rid of her winter coat anytime now. And it's... It's a lot. And a lot of my clothing is black. So... I might have to change that since we got her. So we got her because our neighbors down the street just threw her outside. Just threw her outside. And I'd never seen her before. And she was at the gate of our house. And I was telling Elba Feet, I was like, I've seen that dog out all day. I don't know who it belongs to. So we let her inside of our gate. She was so sweet immediately. Just the cutest little thing. And our neighbors who walk their dogs all the time, they were like, yeah, we know which house she came from. So that person came down and talked to us, and they're like, yeah, my mom threw her out. It was her ex-boyfriend's dog, so she just threw her outside. What? I still don't even know why. She is the sweetest dog, and I have no reason. I don't know why anybody would throw a dog outside, but let alone her. And I live in a city. Like, it was not great. So, but we love her, and she's so happy and so sweet. Dr. Spencer Reed is yellow. His hair is all over my black clothing. Yeah, it's not great. I don't love it. Good morning, Bells. Good morning. Oh, look, there's our little, see, those are my puppies and Annie's black cats right there on our little animations of them on our banner there. Oh, you have an English Bull Terrier? Those are cute. Oh, wait, duh. It's in your picture. Isn't that what, that's what your picture is, right? I don't remember if that is what they are. It's like Wishbone, if I remember right. Llama, you should brush her every day. Yeah, I don't do it with my cat either, despite the best intentions. We don't brush her every day. Don't really need to. She doesn't really lose as much until she goes to lose her coat. But like, it's just days of it coming out. So it's a lot. Oh, your pet's name's Max? I love that. I love that. Remind me to send you a link later for a great de-shedding comb. It really helps with the undercoat. Oh my gosh. Yes, please. Please, so we don't, because she loses it twice a year. So we know it's coming. And we didn't really know what to expect when we, took her in. Because we haven't had a breed of dog like that before. So boy, was it a surprise with all that hair everywhere. So, because I think we've had her for like 2 years, something like that, a year and a half maybe. This will be our second summer with her, I think. So, I have my oldest dog, Zoe. She is so stubborn. She's a beagle, so that makes sense. I guess I'm talking about you. All right, what are we gonna do, Judge? I'm gonna let my dogs out real quick. Somebody take notes.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're
You're
trying
welcome.
to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable, and I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
Okay.
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
Why are we running my email at the bottom? Why are we doing that?
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John could have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss
Oh.
Kaylee Furbish.
Okay. Why'd they even let her say the name? That's not cool. All right, you guys. Just a second. Un momento. We are going to, as I told you all, I'm in the middle of getting my stuff ready over here. Okay, so we have juveniles coming on. No audio, no video. So I have, let's see, where'd Brian Higgins go? There we go. We're gonna watch Brian Higgins cross-exam from the first trial. Okay, I will have, let's just go back to me for now. I will have everybody will be keeping an eye on the courtroom today, okay? So when they come back from that, we'll go back over to that. But I don't think y'all want to watch a fan for 2.5 hours, and I pretty much already told y'all everything I this is so far today. So are we all good? Are we all good with watching Brian Higgins cross? Oh. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do that. There we go. Maybe. Okay. Minor witness on the stand. Yeah, so it'll probably both of them. My guess is this is probably going to take them to lunch, would be my guess. But we will keep an eye out on it. No worries. And Amos, you're gonna take care of all the other things since we're doing Higgins, yeah? I hope. Let me make a little banner for what we're doing here. Okay, she's gonna take care of that for me. What do we say here? Oh. Okay, I did not need that commercial from Court TV. Uno momento, please. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this banner too. Okay, let's give it a go. You guys ready? Oh, it's muted.
My attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled
Okay.
to bring an attorney with you?
All right, so
All right,
this
Mr. Jackson,
is
whenever you're ready.
yeah, this is Jackson's Cross of Brian Higgins. We're not gonna watch the direct because nobody wants to listen to Lally this early in the morning. So that's what we're gonna watch while we wait for everybody to come back. Okay? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break in your, again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
No notes again.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you've just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy, is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes,
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors, at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things
Might,
like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes,
Might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do,
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
yes,
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
yes,
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
yes,
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people, yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did
That
you
was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
We all have that person.
You will agree that
We all do.
some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
Okay. It's weird.
And that was
I
in
know.
2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes,
Well, could you rephrase it?
sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50? End
It's a
quote.
fun time.
That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I
At
get
least
it.
somebody
That's fine.
admits to being friends with somebody.
You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection,
before
Your
you ever
Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes,
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
yes,
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a
I'm in a
fist fight
circle.
with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific, though.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay,
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
yes,
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was,
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained, that's stricken, I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh, that's okay. We don't have to wait for sidebar,
May I
guys,
inquire?
remember.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There we go.
You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department, is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that
No,
you
this
know
is
the
a
Albert
replay,
family
Captain.
relatively well.
Children are testifying right now.
I would say
so-
that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? Where you sat?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
Well, that wasn't, so.
And everybody laughed.
Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen
It's
Reed
a
and she said it
non-more
was
than
just a
friends
peck,
kiss.
and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
These people
Or the
are
truth.
figures of speech.
Right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay, yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond, and the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about
Obviously.
after you said, well, on
Yep.
the 28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
correct?
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, I'm glad you came over tonight in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl. Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was
Yes.
interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Well-
it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, it's not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted,
I thought she was an attractive woman.
She's hot.
romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken
I'm
now.
sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually
I
attracted
agree.
to her.
I agree.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay?
Hot.
So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That wasn't so hard, was it?
You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
Like a romantic one.
It's possible.
Right.
That's when you get the
And she
BFF
was
heart
answering with
necklaces.
things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did. Yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John O'Keefe, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry, Your
that.
Honor.
No,
After the
that's not
23rd,
sir.
or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed in the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? About once but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
It must be so uncomfortable in there right now.
Someone that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you.
That'd be
Just a second.
uncomfortable for me.
Easy
Maybe
to
that
find.
should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. With board permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did
We have our
respond with
secrets,
phone works,
Bobby.
correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up.
I still don't know what that was supposed to mean.
Clearly, with that last text,
exactly,
her response was,
Oh, no.
in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
That was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No,
Never.
no,
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Reed, with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up,
no.
even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking
Okay.
since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No,
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall.
You do?
He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately, you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The Jeep,
over to
yes.
the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm
I
sorry.
was at the waterfall.
Left the Waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or the friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other
She
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What's her
work.
interaction with you?
He's a Fed, though.
Can I answer now?
I think
Sure.
it's different.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it,
Okay.
and, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of, like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately, it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No,
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
no,
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
no.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that, at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No,
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
at 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes,
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
no,
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to
How
come
often
to
does he
34
text
Fairview.
John? That's what
no,
I want to know.
that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
it was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
Oh, look who we got, everybody.
And then you indicated that you parked in
It's
front of the
lovely
house,
Buffy.
correct?
Hi, babes.
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where your laser pointer is, it would be the front,
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct.
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay, and it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving, you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep. I would just have the Jeep, the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me, and I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to. I'm not a beer drinker.
Okay, buddy.
You've indicated in a
Angie.
prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing, is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath,
Yes.
you were telling the truth,
Yes.
same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area, is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the
It's the
question.
basement, sir.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before
Summertime before. Yes.
summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you
How
say
interesting.
that? Did you say a tall,
Some
dark-haired
guy.
male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
You may have
somebody's
just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
But he didn't go in the house.
Isn't it true that
Ryan?
you indicated that a male
That's what
showed
he's-
up
That's who he's talking
Referring.
who
about.
may have been Julie Nagel's
Says he
brother,
is.
correct?
Oh, there it is.
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified
Then why say it at
at the
all?
prior hearing,
But you're not supposed to guess.
you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath. What?
Somebody needs to rephrase
Is that
these
in reference
questions.
to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
I agree.
Page
I agree.
485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part of the highlighting. Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes. Correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls, briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
I got to be honest, I forgot
You were
all
specifically
about this
asked
part
by
of the testimony.
ADA Lally when you testified before the state court
I
grand
think
jury
they
on
have
April
to call
28th,
Higgins.
2022. Who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? Is that proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at?
Yes.
That was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there to the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right.
Right.
So it wasn't such a long day that you actually
He's
drove
gonna
home.
tell
You
you.
went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Already.
To move vehicles, correct.
To move
Well-
vehicles.
Let's talk about you leaving.
Didn't
You
I?
walked
We
out
saw
that side,
I don't know.
the side
We
breezeway door,
didn't have
correct?
those videos last time.
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat, grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah,
have
you
to track
indicated
the
that it
cats.
wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
Sir.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
But did he like plow
From
their
where the back of
driveway?
my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
According to Buchanan.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway? to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road,
Past his
yes.
body.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No,
He
no,
said
I didn't.
between
There was no vehicles in
12:30
front of me,
and
no.
1.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, and former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road in the lawn or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
I think
Because
it was
if there was a body
1:32
there,
as well.
you certainly
Pretty
would have
sure.
seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle.
Oh, those cars were his?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
That he
Or
was
either
getting
one.
into?
You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out, that's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't.
Okay, folks, court is back. So we can watch this during the lunch break if you guys want to. But it does look like court's back. It does look like there's a witness on the stand. So I'm just going to back up so we know who this is. Give me just a second and I'll switch us over. It just came back. We have not missed much at all. Okay. So uno momento. I'm going to do a switcheroo here. There we go. All right. Resume in like a minute. I do want to finish watching Brian Higgins because I have questions. Okay. I don't know who this person is.
And culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Oh.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now,
guy's
on this
riveting.
occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the
Usually so.
exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two
Are you the
individuals have ever been
fingerprint guy?
determined to have the same fingerprints.
Are you
Analysts
the
are
guy
trained
that's gonna
to
tell us he
examine these
touched the car?
patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
It was snowing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the
Oh, that's
photos
Yannetti.
of discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I think Yannetti's going to do cross.
133?
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly? three photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in each of those three photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those three photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
A, B, C?
Please, yes.
Yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What you got for us, you natty?
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this
Pay
witness.
no attention to that
Is
man
Lieutenant
behind the
Tully still
curtain.
the supervisor of that unit?
Another person that got
I want to see you at
reprimanded?
sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, jeez.
Guys, you're not supposed to say that. Don't need to stop it.
What's the T
Stop
with
it.
Sergeant Tully?
Oh.
Oh.
Sergeant Tully is right up there with Buchanan. I can never say his name right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, did he lose his job?
Because I don't think, no, not Proctor. But yeah, Tully's up there, right up there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
So,
Bev doesn't seem happy. Does she ever seem happy though? I don't think so.
he definitely you move
Oh,
you screw up, you move up. That's
I
the way it
see.
works. At
I
least that's the way it
see.
worked in the military.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, you guys, this guy's pretty dull, but we'll see
Yeah, but
how
that
the
was the
defense does.
first time we got to see the console. We didn't see that last time.
Oh,
So
okay.
the video of the the rear camera and stuff. But again, aren't you just making the point that she has all of these safety features on her car?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess they're going with she would have known she was going to hit him. She has all these safety features. She was doing it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could make the same argument. Have all these safety features. Clearly, I did not hit him at all. I
You
would
know what they
have
haven't
known.
brought in yet is the data from the car yet.
I wonder why.
They're gonna
I
have to
wonder.
bring prosecution's gonna
I
have to
wonder
bring
why.
somebody.
I wonder why. Could be that there isn't.
So, going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware, when you were called out on this case, that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next video and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
That's the only thing about watching like old footage is that we get a vroom vroom through these sidebars.
Oh, being a little bit behind.
Wait, yeah, no, Nikki,
Are we-
the children do not. Oh, you know what? But barely. But I am glad you mentioned that. I forgot. See,
That we
this
have
is
a
why I
little
always
bit of
need you around
time.
Buffy.
We can zoom.
Somebody knows what's up, and it's not me. Do 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 do.
But
Did
she
you
does
much of anything?
she likes to keep her thumb on the defense.
What?
Oh, it's a recess.
Recess, we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
How many minutes ago was that?
Like a minute. 51 seconds a minute ago.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
52. So that means 40 minutes. So that's fine.
Yeah, because it's whatever Bev says, you just double it, because it's not going to be.
I'm just gonna make sure they're just not like just sending the jury, you know.
Oh, yeah, because
Oh,
it
nope,
could be a
nope.
voir dire.
It's not. It's not. It'll just be us, I guess. But yeah, the kids don't come to court because they're still in school and stuff. They were only there today to testify. So, no, Bev, I gotta talk to you about this.
He's like, nah, I need to be heard. Nah.
Yeah, I think you guys guessing of voir dire might
No.
be
If it was a voir
accurate, but I don't
dire,
know.
we would have watched it.
That's true. Or she could have just had them take a break, but
No, she's gonna be
she's
like,
annoyed.
I need my morning margarita. I'm gonna need my midday margarita. I'm gonna need my PM margarita.
By the way, I like your hair today. I see some curls in it.
Oh,
Some waves. I like that.
it's the humidity.
It's the humidity.
Throwing everything
bet.
off. Then I got to do something with these grays. But
Ugh,
you know.
keep them. I love it. All right. Well, we got a 20-minute break. Don't really have much to talk about because this witness said a whole lot of nothing. There's no fingerprints in the passenger dash area.
He didn't get to get very far with his line of questioning before we just like
Right.
yeeted everybody out of the courtroom.
Right.
It's like
I meant with direct. Yeah, he was there to do fingerprints. And there weren't any on the passenger inside the passenger.
yeah, I'm
department.
so glad they called somebody here to say that. Like, thanks. That could have been an email.
Which trial did I watch? I think it was George Wagner's trial. Oh my gosh. One day it was them going over every weapon this family had, and each one was not the murder weapon. And it just went on all day, and all the testimony was like, nope, that wasn't it. Nope, that wasn't it. For 7 hours.
Oh God.
Like, we didn't need any of that because they did end up finding the guns when Jake confessed to it. But it was just like, we don't need to rule these million other guns out. Oh gosh, it was so painful. It was so painful. I hate ballistics so much.
I think they're I think it's interesting. Like,
By the way, Terry True Crime says, you look hot.
oh, she needs a new prescription. But thank you, sweetie.
Yes, the Wagners were the ones who killed the Rodin family, all 8 people. They left the kids alive. It's a super effed up story that we've debated talking about doing a mini series on it because the father's trial is going to be coming sometime soon. It's a mess, but we might do a mini series about it because it's a Ohio case, and I'm very knowledgeable and passionate about it. It's pretty wild. Yeah, yeah. Well, the father's going to trial some point this year. It will be televised because the other one was, except for certain witnesses. I won't get into the details, but
I don't know anything about that one. So.
oh man. And they're going to be moving the trial to a different county. And I'm thinking it might be mine because all of the lawyers, everybody lives here. So it would suck because the family wouldn't all be able to drive. It is like an hour and 20 minutes away from where it happened, but I might go to the trial, especially if Jake and Angela, the mom and son, testify. Because, yeah, it's super messed up family. They're so weird. They're so weird. Is this live? What? Us right now? Yes. And
I'm alive.
we were just watching.
Are you alive?
Everybody check in. Is everybody awake? Because that guy was a little, and Lally was doing it.
Time for your courtroom recess stretches. But Bev said.
We are on a recess right now, RTC.
Yes.
We are on a short recess, hopefully short. We'll see. Yeah, that case.
It was Zachary Clark, and he is testifying that there are no fingerprints on things
in the car from John or anybody, really. It was a mess. But even if they did find fingerprints in the passenger, because he was looking in the passenger compartment.
What does that prove?
Exactly.
It proves he was in the car. Oh, we know that.
Yeah,
and
I don't understand.
And I'm pretty sure he's been in that car before. So even like, I don't know. That makes no sense. But okay.
Bobby B wants to know, Buffy, when is the next reenactment of the McCabe testimony?
Oh, you saw that?
I'm sure. It was fantastic. Oops, excuse me. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Shunka says there have been a lot of child murder by parent cases in Ohio that I remember. Sierra Day, Michelle Blair. There's a lot of child murder everywhere. I think it's a bit of an epidemic. I think we're hearing a lot since the pandemic that it's bad. There's a lot of bad parents out there, and I hate them for it. If you want to hear about mothers killing their children, we do have a Dearest Mothers playlist, which was a show Terry did last year, covering some mothers who killed their children, and it's pretty dark stuff, but we do have a playlist for it. You can find it there. Oh, Captain's alive. She's just in timeout.
Yes.
Terry says, thank you for helping make my drive fun today. We'll do our best. Or we could get a text reenactment. Maybe.
I don't know if I could do a text reenactment without having a physical reaction.
Of just throwing up. That is it.
It's just like, I'm sorry. Can't do that.
Oh, goodness. Nikki says, I want to see a Jen McCabe reenactment. Nikki, if you go over to our shorts on this channel, the shorts section, Miss Buffy over here. Nope, that's still wrong. Llama, get it together. There we go. That way. It's the opposite, by the way.
I think we're a mirror image, which is inaccurate, but almost exactly the same, depending on, if you ask Buchnick,
right.
It's exactly the same.
Right?
Not different
it's
at
to the
all.
left. It's fine.
I don't even know if that's right. We don't know.
It's fine. The cops don't need it. It's fine. Anyway, if you go over to shorts, Buffy did a Jen McCabe reenactment when she was on the stand. It was so funny. It's so good. And then in videos, there's another one that you did live with us with the windshield wipe
That
of
was
them in the car.
completely spur of the moment and
Yeah.
completely
We,
cringe. But the emoji enhancements really made it.
it really did. Yes. Amy made some great visuals to go along with that. Yeah. Michelle Blair, she was the worst. The
And I
worst. Did
agree
not
with
like her.
Linda. We're 2 or 3 weeks into this trial and we still don't have a cause of death. We don't
Nope.
have anything.
No cause of death, no car data, no reconstruction, nothing. Nothing.
We should have at least heard from an ME by now.
Something. I mean, I want to know how long did it. So he's outside in the cold, allegedly, for several hours. How many hours does it take to this sounds morbid, guys, but to like
Defrost.
defrost a body,
No. Takes
because
all day to
we
thaw a
saw those
chicken or a
pictures.
steak, but I
We
assume
saw
like
those pictures at the hospital that were just of his legs, and they looked fairly normal color.
well they warm him back up in the hospital because like they'll have warming stuff for him. Like they'll put like warming blankets on them and stuff. They have to get his body temperature back up.
Okay.
Before they can declare him dead. So you have to be at 98.6 with no heartbeat before they can declare you dead.
Interesting.
Yeah, you have to be warm and dead. You can't be cold and dead.
I wonder what his temperature was when he went in.
Well, I thought they said it was like 88 degrees when they found him. That number in my head has stuck there. So it's to something.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Also, thanks for being here, Linda. Okay. Thank you. Welcome. This is a waste of time and money.
Oh, I thought you were saying we are a waste of time and money. And I was like, no, ma'am. I am never a waste of time or money.
Chapin sitting in that timeout chair all week. No, I really cannot believe that they've brought this to trial again. It's just crazy. Linda 4OK says Hank's whole case is character assassination. And I'm going to tell you, I don't see any of the parties in this as great people, but truth is truth, and the prosecution is constantly trying to limit that. I agree. I very much agree with you, Linda. Excellent observation.
I completely agree. Well, I mean, I don't think Karen's a completely innocent person. I mean, she's human like everybody. Everybody's human.
Yeah. I mean, her text with John during the day. Let's talk about the first clip that Brennan showed this morning where she was like, I would never break up with him. Or it was something along those lines. But I think what she was saying.
I didn't hear it. I was driving. I had it on, but it was hard to hear.
It was very hard to hear. Very hard to hear. But it was something along those lines of like, I was never going to let him leave. It was, I think, meant to make her sound crazy.
Yeah.
But if you go to the text from earlier that day, she's trying to make the relationship work in a way that it works for both of them.
But it sounds like they always cut it off before she's actually finished talking. Well, so is that what she said? Like, and I wonder if the jurors wonder that too, because it almost sounds like it's mid-sentence. Like there's nothing after that.
Yeah.
Or that there's something after it, but like you just cut it off. Like it kind of sounds out of context. It sounds like a Bravo show. You know, when they edit those reality TV shows and, they don't really say those things. Yeah. And then you actually watch the show and you're like, that's not what she said.
That's not what she said. Yeah. Let's see, where were we? Assistant District Attorney Laura McLaughlin did the direct and Yannetti did the cross. For who? For the guy we were just talking to? Oh, are you talking about the kids? I bet she's talking about the kids. I might have missed your previous comment, and if I did, sorry, Lady in Gray. What? The shows aren't real? I know. Nikki says it was a weird clip and it seemed like a cut short. That's what I think too. Yeah, I think they just want to make her seem crazy and upset.
Kind of seems like that's the MO. because they're like doing all up front. They brought all the witnesses up front to already like front load it, right? They front loaded it to let everybody like hate her before we bring in all the stuff that's going to show like we don't have any evidence, like real hardcore evidence. We just need to make you dislike her so you'll be in our team that, yeah, she's probably a whack job. She
Oh,
probably
yes.
did hit him.
A whack
So
job. That's their favorite word. That's Michael Proctor's favorite. Well, his second favorite word.
okay,
The
I'm
C
just
word's
not
his
going to
favorite
say the
word.
other word. But you know, if we make her look like a whack job up front, it's a whole lot easier to get you over here, and you can like rationalize out. Like if you already don't like somebody, you don't really have to convince me of much, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like them breathing irritates me, right?
Yes.
Everybody knows somebody like that where it's like they
Yes.
walk into a room and you're already aggravated just because they're there.
Yes.
So
It seems like in Canton, everybody, that person is Carrie. According to everyone. Nobody says anything nice to say about Carrie. I do feel bad for her. They are just throwing her all over the bus, under the bus.
poor
It's
Gary.
crazy.
I'm not talking about you, Polly. I love you.
um, yeah, so apparently only the niece testified today, is what Lady in Gray said, which is, again, I don't know why they would need the nephew, but there was a little cross, but not a whole lot. They wouldn't go hard on the kids. Like,
I would hope not. And I don't
I
think
don't,
so.
I don't think they would.
If
I'm
he
just
didn't go
saying.
hard on Peggy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely character defamation is happening. I mean, yeah, pretty much. But the defense is doing a hell of a job of damaging other people's characters throughout this
I
whole
don't
thing.
think they
So,
have to. I think they do a good job of damaging their own character.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, that blue smoke monster just keeps appearing, and I don't know why. Let's talk a little bit about Brian Higgins' testimony that we watched earlier. The previous trial testimony, this is not from this trial. He's not testified yet.
I know. I
But
had
so in there
forgotten
he
so much
said
about that.
he left the house between 12:30 and 1. I don't think so, because Buchanan also said that
It's about 5 minutes from the Alberts house to
right,
Canton
right,
PD.
and that Higgins plowed their driveway for them before he left,
I thought
which
it
he
was when he
did not
got there.
mention.
Maybe it was before
No,
he
no,
left.
no, it was before he left, because that's when I got the face, because I was like, oh shit, he had a plow. Maybe he moved the body from the garage to the flagpole, right? But he said,
Yeah.
oh, I just left. I was just like, peace, I'm out, Irish goodbye, or whatever it's called. They're obsessed with that word, but okay. Or I'm sorry, that figure of speech. That they had cars in the driveway, the family cars. So how did you plow the thing? Also, we know there was not that much snow on the ground, and you didn't see John. Again, either you did see him and you didn't want to do anything, or you were so shit-faced drunk that you shouldn't have been driving, which we all agree, all these people pretty much were. But it does not look great. It does not look, because this video we saw, Monday, of him in the PD office. That time on there was around 1:30. I think it was like
Yeah.
1:30 to like 1:45 was the
Yeah.
time frame of all that.
I know. I knew that didn't sound right because I was like, I'm pretty sure he said he left between 12:30 and 1, but like that doesn't make sense. But see, none of this footage they had last time, so it didn't get turned over until this trial. So they
Thought
didn't
he
really have
plowed
it
the
to impeach
driveway
him with.
before everyone showed up. I mean, maybe it's that way. I don't know. It's 2 days ago. I don't know. I still think and he would have had to get there. There was already people at the house, though, I think, for the birthday party. I don't know. Yes, Yannetti has too much integrity to cross the family heart because he actually knows what the word integrity means.
Honor
Hey,
and
guys.
integrity.
Right? If you have a free minute before court comes back, if you want to fill out a very quick survey just to help us with the show planning, make sure you're getting the the coverage you want, the content you like. It'd be super great. It's anonymous, so don't worry. It's all anonymous, and you can only do it one time, but it would be greatly appreciated. The last one to leave, other than John, at the waterfall. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would have plowed the whole thing when they all at the same time. I don't know. Linda says someone should point out to me the one truly functional person in the cadre of law enforcement and groupies that exhibits something other than dysfunctional behavior coupled with alcoholism. These people drink so much. Like, for their age, too. Like, you know, they're not in their 20s, and they're getting, like, tanked. That's all they talk about in their texts. I mean, even Proctor was like, what are you getting tanked on tonight? I mean, I guess maybe it's part of their culture there. I don't know, but
I mean, I thought we were bad down here in this, you know, but
it was, yeah, I don't know. Karen talked too much. She should not have done those interviews.
I think, I don't know. I think some of them don't look great, but I think some of them are just like, huh? Like,
I think they're reaching on some of them, yeah.
I watched some of the documentaries, and I'm like, I'm just going, huh? Like, they're so short, and they're just like, I don't even know what we're talking. It's like coming in the middle of a conversation. Like, I don't even know what she's talking about, and then it's like over. And I was like, it's like hearing the last part of a sentence. Okay, I don't know what that means. Cool. I don't know if it's doing what he thinks it's doing.
Good morning, Kelly P. Good morning. You're here early today. I love that. We're just on a short recess from court. There is court today. We just heard from a fingerprint guy who found no fingerprints in the driver's compartment of Karen's car.
It was compelling testimony.
It was riveting. Super riveting. Also, the kid, one of the niece testified today, but we obviously didn't see that. So we watched some Brian Higgins testimony from the first trial, which we will probably do lunch break. Because court should be starting any minute if Bev is going to be on time today. It is 11:35.
All right, let's all place our bets.
Right. Just have a time pool running at all the times. Sam says, have we hypothesized the possibility of Higgins plowing over John when he went to plow the snow for everyone? Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like he would have more abrasions other than what?
It's still an impact with another vehicle of speed. So I feel like we would still see bruises and things like that, just with Karen's
like
car.
and even
He'd be going
scraping
even
on the
slower.
snowplow, right? Like it would cut him up too.
Well, the snowplows have kind of smooth edges, not the claws like construction.
I mean,
like
if they
bulldozers
pick
and
him up exactly perfectly, but I mean, you would have to. I've seen people scoop logs. That doesn't go in there perfectly.
Linda 4OK says, I'm subscribing because you ladies are talking sense instead of the nonsense we hear elsewhere. Well, thanks, Linda. I appreciate that. I appreciate you subscribing. We're just regular people who enjoy trials. So we watch a lot, and that's kind of what we're basing our opinions off of what we've seen before in other trials. And this is horrible. This is the worst thing I've ever watched, probably. Lady in Gray says on X, at 1:26 a.m., Higgins arrived at CPD. At 1:46 a.m., Higgins leaves CPD. What's Allie McCabe doing driving by Canton PD at exactly the same time as captured by her Life 360 data? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Is that en route home? But, so this is also the time. So Higgins says he's moving cars. What they didn't do in this trial was tell me that the cars that he was getting into were his own personal vehicles. Because I was like, why is he getting into other people's cars? It's weird. I didn't realize that those were his personal vehicles, and I don't think they made that clear to us, and I think they should have, because that makes a lot more sense. Why was he moving stuff from here to there? Anyway, the cars didn't move. And then when he's leaving, we see that he's talking on the phone to somebody, because it's glowing. And is that the phone call he's supposed to be having with Brian Albert? Is that the time? I don't know. the butt dial they were talking about.
I need my timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there
All
wouldn't
right.
really have been enough snow. I don't know if it would have been enough for a
I'm
plow
gonna
to
have
really
to
do
build
anything, but
a murder board.
murder
I
board.
keep saying I'm gonna do
Murder
it.
board.
My husband's just gonna be like, okay, so where are we supposed to walk in here? And be
It's
like,
on the wall. Jeez, Mr. Buffy. Jeez.
I don't know. He might actually have fun with the murder board because
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could mark up a body, could explain some things, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure Higgins' plow wasn't as big as Lucky's plow. No, it wasn't, Lisa. Lee, by the way, love the apples next to your name. That's super cute. No, he just had a personal plow, which is much smaller. I mean, it does do a job, but it would be two completely different plows than you would normally see. He was just driving like a Jeep Wrangler and not a very, big vehicle, so. What was he grabbing from the truck? I don't know. It looked like he was moving things from one to another. And again, why did he need to go back to the station? He didn't friggin' do anything. So, I don't know.
I want to know, did they say, I don't remember because I don't know if I was in a fog or something. What was in the office that he walked into?
I know. Was that his office?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, whose office? What was he in there? What did he do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't feel like they explained much to us at all. Lisa says, by the look of the snow around John's tires when Karen bumped his car, it's not enough snow to cover a body unless it snows more at Brian's house than the rest of town. Lisa girl, I have been saying the same thing even before the weather guy came on. There is no way that was enough snow to cover a human body. No way. No way. I live in the north too. That is nothing. And then the meteorologist guy came on and he was like, nope, it was enough snow to track a cat. Which just means like it didn't even get to a full inch for like 3 hours. And then by 6 o'clock, it was what, 3 inches? Not enough to cover anybody when they were leaving that party at 1:30. Should have seen that body. And even at 3 inches, he's not going to look, as it was described, a buffalo covered in snow at 6 in the morning. But I agree. It was not enough snow to cover him. And I was right. Because even the video of him at the police station, you saw there wasn't that. I mean, yeah, there was snow blowing in front of the camera, but there was not that much on the ground. So I call shenanigans. Hard to see, but it looked like a possible duffel bag at some point. Somebody did say it looked like a duffel bag yesterday. Now that I think about it, maybe was he traveling in the Jeep from New York? I don't know. We only just heard about that rewatching his testimony. They haven't brought shit up in this trial, so I don't know. Kelly says it was Good's office that he went into.
I don't remember. I
Interesting.
really don't remember if it was said.
Bobby B says he claimed to go into dispatch in the testimony. Okay.
In his testimony, like his old testimony. We'll see if they call him, if that's consistent to what he
Right.
testifies to.
Linda says, I live north of the Mason-Dixon a couple of times, and I'm going to tell you, their populations drink even more than the people in the South. Or maybe they go to bars more than I have ever seen. I mean, you gotta stay warm somehow. But yeah, they drink a lot. Good was in there. Apparently in the first trial, he said he walked by and waved, but the video shows different. Okay, well, we still have, let me see how much we have left to go on that.
The minute you press play, you know she's going to come back.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to press play. We've only watched an hour so far, and there's still another hour and 50 minutes left of that. So Brian still has lots to tell us. So I don't think we've seen that this morning, though. Shunka says she's seen some buffalo covered in snow on the reservation, and that would have been huge, and everyone would have seen it. Exactly. I feel like, do people in Massachusetts just think the rest of us doesn't know what happens when it snows? Like, I feel like they're even gaslighting the jury who's from Massachusetts, being like, look at how much snow. It was snowing. It was dark. You couldn't see anything. No.
Yeah.
Not at this time. Now, they
I
did
wonder how
get
many of
27
got.
inches of snow, but that was much later in the day.
Right.
Much
That's what
later.
I'm saying. I wonder how many people are like, no, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, here we go. Court's back, guys.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh,
You have got to be kidding me. What is the false start?
she's the worst.
Okay. Was she this bad last year? And I just like compartmentalized or had PTSD. It was like a traumatic childhood experience that I just forgot. Because
Maybe.
I don't remember it being this bad last time.
What's happening? They're telling people they can't come in. What's going on?
Get out.
Okay, get out. Lisa says, in my opinion, Higgins went there to talk to the 911 dispatch operator in person because I think the operator was waiting for that call. 911 doesn't hang before cops arrive to the scene. Maybe. Nikki said, I lived in Boston and was married to a masshole. I can confirm they are big drinkers. I never thought about the term masshole, but there are some massholes in this trial, it does seem. I think we're going to adopt that phrase. Thank you, Nikki, for that. I love that. Yes, Angie.
Oh, I think they call themselves massholes up there.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Probably. The jury really liked Bev. I remember you guys saying that, like, the jury in the first trial found a lot of the witnesses credible, a lot of the Commonwealth's witnesses credible, but, like, is that just from those that, because they were split on guilty and non-guilty. So are you saying, like, the ones who were going to do guilty found the witnesses credible? Because I don't see how you could be, like, not guilty and find all these people credible. I'm curious if anybody knows.
We might have to revisit the interview with the juror that gave the interview.
Okay, yeah. I'm very curious about that because I do think we're probably going to have a hung jury again.
That's where I think
I do.
It's going to go.
I do.
Unless they're all like, I don't want to say, like, as long as, hopefully, if everybody is paying attention, they'll come to there's no way we can convict. But there's no way that there isn't one person on the jury that isn't like, I don't care, I don't like her.
Yeah. Well, there's one juror that is already on their second notebook.
I mean, some people are diligent note takers. That person is not me.
Yeah. Good grief. What's the sidebar count now? I don't know. 3? Too many. I mean, we just went to sidebar. Why can't we talk during breaks? She says she doesn't want to waste the juror's time. I'm just saying.
Let's just say I don't feel like it was this bad last time. But
Did you all hear Becky from Murdoch was arrested for perjury? What? Like today, Kelly?
We're back at the fan. Oh, we're bringing in the jury. Got it.
Exhibit II for ID.
Thank you.
Oh, Becky.
Poor Becky. She just wanted to write a book.
During a trial. Because we all know she did. Interesting. Oh. Well, she did have to testify in something.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Sergeant Clark. Oh my God, Becky. Look at her perjury. It was so bad. Sorry. All right, Sergeant Clark, tell us more.
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
I gotta get more coffee. Bourbon.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Netti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Well, Terry is driving and
Thank you,
Annie
Your
is
Honor. Thank you, folks.
resting. That's where they are today. We
Yes,
missed
Your
them
Honor, the Commonwealth
terribly.
call Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Okay, that was okay. Who are we getting next? Oh, I don't have my thing. Excuse me.
You solemnly swear the evidence you the court and jury in the case now and here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes, do tell.
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
Leaf blower guy?
They were digging with shovels.
Oh.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out, and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
She's
What do you
just a
recognize that to
soccer
be?
mom, Kelly.
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay.
Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
But this is what? 5-6 days after John dies? The
And Your Honor,
third?
may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
6 days.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
And an angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down.
Cool.
Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Why are they wasting our freaking time? Did we need to know that about John's car? We know. Stupid.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes
No, Lisa.
of what I saw and what I photographed.
Wondering this.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Nobody
Any
documented
questions, Mr.
anything on
Lally?
those days.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response time, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these, you mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Cool.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to look up how to spell that. My, okay. Brian.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Here. No. Brian Gallerani. Okay.
137.
Thank you. I don't know who this guy is.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the state police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you?
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Where are you going with
Anything,
this?
Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Sergeant, you're all set.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could it be that there was some unidentified DNA?
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
All right, Maureen, who are you? Come on down. Maureen. Hartnett. Look, she's from the crime lab.
Follow me, ma'am. I knew we were leading up to the DNA people.
Oh, DNA is so boring.
It's riveting.
Ugh.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That's not how you spell that.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable, just please keep your
I
voice
want
up,
to see
okay?
somebody stand. Did anybody ever choose stand?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker, or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a sally port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I thought she said, I guess. She said yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P-145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
It's real.
May I
Not
approach?
normal. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P-167 to the jury.
Okay.
Magically. There's a lot of magic in
There are
this
two
case.
pointers in
Pamela.
front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that just
I'm
a
not
different
sure, if you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All this, guys.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Great.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
And could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Using like a
Could you
fisheye
zoom in
lens
again
or
and
something?
move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch, that's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later, I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It looks very distorted if you look on the sides.
It was a couple of scratches.
It does look like a fish island.
Is there
Yeah.
a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or
Maybe
the designation's just for actual
90s
physical
MTV
items?
videos.
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
But why would there be scratches if she hit him? Like, I don't.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Like, barely.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Apparently
Going to
there's
show
a
you
dent,
two
but it doesn't look
photographs.
very big.
You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
In the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please.
Oh, that was a Lessie.
144A and 144B.
I think Alessi's going to be doing cross today, you guys.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165.
This is under the taillight. She finds a hair.
Do you recognize that photo?
6'2".
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. Me too, girl. Me too.
This hair is the apparent hair.
Our feet will tell you.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm glad we get a lessee today.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Weird.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Package time. Yeah, she does take pictures. Somebody around there does know how to do their job. Does seem like she knows what she's doing, but she didn't go to the car for several days, so.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes, why don't you come on in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
What a coincidence.
Of course.
Lunch is here when we've got another evidence issue.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
What else is in that bag along with that taillight?
Hashtag thanks, Bev.
Thanks, Bev. Yeah, so that's not how that's supposed to be. Dawn, I'm pretty sure.
She's like, but there's more stuff in here. And everybody's like, shh, don't say that. They're going to know we messed up again.
Again with the evidence.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yikes, that's not great. That's not great.
But are
Because
we
usually-
shocked?
No, not at all. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure that's not how that's supposed to happen.
I'm going to need y'all to come back so I can be in on the tea. Thank you.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Oh,
Say it loud enough for all of us to hear.
yes, please.
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Oh, somebody forgot to cut off the court mic.
Dicks.
And then they just figured out we didn't cut off the court mic. Because they're standing right over the witness mic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's not supposed to happen. It's kind of why they're all freaking out a little bit.
That's like twice.
Mm-hmm.
Something about those bags. Those bags. What's in those bags? What's in the box?
Hopefully it's nothing that, has people's DNA on there. Oh my gosh, it was a shit show, you guys. Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
call lunch to shield the jury. Like, That's not how things were supposed to go. Oh, I'm glad you're getting joy out of our faces for this. This is crazy. Lisa says one single hair not pulled from the root, more like something out of a hairbrush. Just saying. Back to the rescue. Was the hair evident in evidence the first trial, Buff?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it was.
The magic hair.
Which is under the tail light, right? Because it kept zooming in, but it's
just like
under
on the bumper, right? Was it the bumper? It was like under.
All
way
I know
back.
is he's 6'2". It would have
All I
been
know
like,
is how did
doesn't make
it
sense.
stick on through being towed in a storm?
And it could have
After
been there for who knows how long. Doesn't imply that
it was one. I was thinking like when I heard there was a hair, I'm thinking like, okay, he had a massive head wound, right? So there should be like, you know, I feel like
Yeah.
if you smash your head, there'd be like a hunk of hair and some head material there.
At least some like skin tag with it
Yeah.
or something. No. But also
No,
it would have been
just
like below
one
his
hair.
waist for sure. He's 6'2".
Well, how does the hair get there if it hit his arm? I'm so confused. I mean, is it arm
I guess
hair?
maybe it could be an arm hair, but he had the long sleeves on.
Okay, so not arm hair.
So he did
I
have
have-
on his like hoodie jacket thing. It's very weird. And those scratches on the vehicle. I mean, what would it have scratched? I don't know. It seems very weird to me. I think the lady is the only person that looks like she did her job. But
they
she was
haven't
there
told
5
us where
days
any-
after the fact, you know, so.
But you kind of have to tell us where that. Okay, so if I hit a shopping cart at Walmart and then I'm accused of hitting someone a few days later, they'll be like, see those scratches.
Exactly.
Now I have to prove where it came from when I could literally have not noticed it for days because it
Exactly.
came from a parking lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really think it does much of anything because we're gonna find out. I think y'all said that there's no blood on the back of the car, no John's DNA, just nothing that would signify human and that dent that she was pointing out was like that big. You know, like
The Commonwealth is going to say that that little dent on the back came from his hand, that came from the glass.
okay, but I just don't understand. So if he's holding a glass and it breaks and he's still holding it in his hand and he's flying through the air and lands with it, that's the thing. If he was holding that broken glass, his hands aren't cut up, if I remember right.
It's magic, y'all. Everything defies physics.
It is.
I mean, just explain it to me, like make it make sense.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. John was always around Karen Carr. Yeah. So any fingerprints you find, the hair, it's not really relevant because they've been together for 2 years.
My reverse camera, I don't think records.
As much as they drink, ain't no telling what you could have backed into anything. I mean, right? I did more damage when I backed into my garbage can, right? Yeah, I don't know if they do. We haven't gotten into any of the car data yet.
I mean, I have mine's a 2020. Hers is newer. Mine's not a Lexus either. Mine's a Buick, but it's got like a little card in it, but I don't think it I don't know if it did. If it does, I don't know how to record. But it has cameras all around it. But like I said, my seats vibrate, everything glows and lights up and says, stop, you're about to hit something. And my camera will automatically go to the reverse to show me I'm about to hit something. Like it will automatically, like the little infotainment screen will automatically kick over to the reverse camera if I get close to something to show me I'm getting close to something.
Interesting.
So, and I don't have what hers is a 22 Lexus. I'm sure it's got all the bells and whistles. So it's got to be a little bit more advanced than mine is.
Mhm. Yeah, I would think so. Sam was thinking how the judge helped hide the mess with the evidence from the jury so it doesn't look bad for them. It kind of looked like that, right?
Well, she did it in the
It
last
wasn't
one
great.
too.
It wasn't great. Yeah, right. On the other hand, has his phone. It's fine. It's fine. Makes
And the
sense,
other one
guys.
has a glass. And
Shanka says, my neighbor backed into part of my fence last weekend, completely took out a whole panel. No damage to our Chevy Malibu. I mean, I just don't see how a human body makes those kind of scratches because they were horizontal looking ones. You know what I mean?
I hit my husband's truck backing up. You could hear the plastic, like you could hear it. You know what I'm saying? Like I went, oh, I forgot he was home. I forgot he hasn't been home a long time. I forgot. I'm just used to just going, so I didn't even look. And like you could hear the plastic bend, and you could hear the boom, and you could feel it. And I'm just thinking his car was perfectly fine. Mine was a mess. So, I mean, I had a crack. It wasn't like super busted, but it was enough that I had to replace it.
Well, in Massachusetts, a crack means it's busted. So the whole thing must have been gone.
No, the whole
Right?
thing wasn't gone. I wish I had taken pictures so I could say, look, for science, I hit my husband's car. But
yeah,
it didn't. We just ordered another taillight and replaced it.
And just replaced it. Oh, I'm really glad they wasted our time this morning with to let us know there was no fingerprints, and then I don't remember what the other guy testified to. Forgot he found nothing, whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. We had fingerprint guy. Who was Evan?
I mean, I
don't
guess
know.
they
We
had
didn't
to
find
call him
nothing.
in to answer questions because the jury was going to go back there with questions like, did they, find fingerprints in the car?
Oh,
Maybe.
he photographed the second guy. Evan was the photographer for the first excavation they had.
Sorry.
I was like, oh, our time's up. YouTube's like,
Yep,
nope.
it's time to go. No, that was noon. It's medicine time. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, you're good. Does anyone know if backup cameras contain info if not in use? The cars can tell crazy stories and things now. They used something like that in the Murdaugh trial, if I remember correctly. About like when he started it and stopped or something along those lines. So
I don't know that they did not have like all we had was key cycles last trial. They couldn't get anything from the infotainment system last time. So we didn't get any of that. I know we got all that in the Murdaugh trial. We didn't get any of that. For some reason, they couldn't get into it or whatever.
Which is wild, because if I remember right from Murdaugh,
they couldn't get into it either. And then some random person shows up with paper.
From the company was like, oh, yeah, I'm here. I know what you're talking about now. Like during the trial, they had nothing. And then the company just like showed up and was like,
yeah, that's weird.
It was weird because they'd been trying for a while, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And then it was like some bigwig in the company or something like that. So.
Murdaugh must have owed him money.
I don't know. Probably. All right. So it says court is not going to be back until 1:40, which probably means 4. No,
it's a half day.
So do you guys want to go back to watching what Higgins testimony from the first trial? Let me find my thing. Court is on break.
I don't know if it stores actual video, Bobby B. I know that like some people have dash cams and like cams on the back of their car that do record just for like, driving purposes in case they get in a fender bender and stuff like that. I just don't know if they're programmed set to record. And I feel like if they were, I mean, if they actually had that, then this would be slam dunk, right? That would have been the first thing they played. Here's the picture of her hitting him, Casey, or the video of her hitting him. Like it would have been over.
didn't actually connect to John's Wi-Fi at the time. It said that it was just an open tab. Well, we haven't heard about that. The Ring videos disappeared. So, I don't know. I don't like any of this. I don't like, it's fishy. I'm just saying. All right, well, let's see what Brian Higgins wants to testify more about, too. I don't believe this guy either. But I also feel kind of bad for him.
Why?
Well, because you're on the stand and now the whole world knows that you are ghosted.
He's a loser, but he's not a loser. He said he wasn't a loser.
That's true. I just am like, oh.
He just doesn't like beer. Beer. Bear?
Right?
I don't like a bear. I can't say it. Bear.
I
don't like to
don't
drink
know.
bear.
Oh, wait a second. Look who we have.
Who that?
Hello, Terry. Terry True Crime joining us. Thank you. What's up, babes?
I have to tell y'all on my drive, I had to drive somewhere this morning for a meeting. Now I'm home for 2 hours before I drive to Houston. I need YouTube to read out the comments to me because I almost wrecked my car several times trying to read the comments while driving.
Okay, well, that's just, you shouldn't do that, Terry, though.
I even bought a
Actually-
thing to set right in front of me when I'm driving, so it's up on my dash so I can see the road and the comments.
You know, you can go into accessibility. I don't know if it'd be on your car or if it's YouTube. I used to have a friend who she was blind and she told me about this and I was like, oh my gosh, I never thought about it. But if you go into accessibility settings for any of your things, it'll have, you can set it for like hearing impaired, visually impaired, and it will read stuff out to you. Because I was like, how do you watch all these trials and YouTube things in the chat? Because she would be interactive in the chat and it would read the chat to her. So
I will be trying to figure that out.
I don't know if it's YouTube or if it's like the device's personal settings. I feel like it's YouTube though. Because also if like, let's say there's not closed caption on a video, if you do the accessibility for the blind, it will put them on there, by the way.
Okay. I'm going to look into that because I have made a decision today and I only popped on to share this with y'all.
Yes.
I am 100% positive that all of the police department, state police, everybody failed at doing their job. All of them.
I mean,
all right. Case dismissed.
I have.
Terry said
how could
so.
there be one hair? If the car hit him and there's that big old gash, and then on his arm he was wearing a shirt, how did the hair get there?
Well, and it's below the tail lights, so.
Well, but
how
if
could
he
it have
was
been from
bent
his head
over,
anyway?
tying a shoe, picking something up off the ground, and the car hit him head on, if you're bent over.
But one hair.
But what hair? Yeah.
One hair.
There would be more.
That's just
I would
weird.
think so.
That's
But again,
And
it could
I
have come
love
from any day. Any day.
that evidence is messed up again. That's what made me come to 100% conclusion that
She's like, there's something
things-
else in this bag. No,
know.
guys, there's something else in this bag. Like,
Now, did they open this evidence last trial? Because my thought was,
I don't remember them pulling out the taillight.
because my thought was, if they did and it was in the wrong bag last trial, did they make them put it back the way they found it in case there was a retrial? Like the shoes. I got to thinking, were the shoes in the wrong bag last time? Because I missed that part. Or did they screw up after last trial and put them in the wrong bag?
It had to have been after last trial because he read it out during the last trial.
So they
Yeah.
put them back if they're wrong. They can't fix their error, I guess.
I would.
Well, I mean, I have no idea what happened with that. Like, I think everybody doesn't know, like, what happened with that. And clearly, this day, maybe they were drunk when they were putting everything back.
Probably. These people are never sober. I mean, gosh, they're still hungover in the mornings. That's crazy. But, Shanka says, why would he be bent over if he was doing a pirouette
That is true
No,
too.
no,
and
no.
holding the glass?
He was doing a pirouette after he got hit
Oh, right. Right.
and flying through the air.
Sankota
Then
says,
apparently he landed on his butt because remember they said the grass marks
oh,
got on his
yes.
butt. But how did he hit his head if he landed on his butt? I'm very confused.
Right.
The physics don't make sense.
Chat's saying they didn't see them pull it out in the first trial.
I don't think they did. I don't remember them pulling it out and going, I found it. Like, oh, I have the power. I don't remember that.
Right?
Yeah.
Always drinking and driving.
I know. If I had a DWI and I lived in that county, I would be having an attorney go and say, all of these cops drink and drive. How could they give me a ticket for DWI when they do it all the time? Where's their charges?
I agree. I agree. They think they're above the
Buffy,
law.
you do look really hot today. I don't know what it is about you. You look very, I don't know.
She wants something from me. She's
No,
gonna ask
I don't know if
something
it's the
else.
humidity in your hair.
Oh,
If it's a
it's
little bit of
definitely
the
the
curl,
humidity.
but I mean, I've got humidity and mine is straight as a
It's
board.
all over the place right now. Look at that.
Well, you do look hot.
That's true. Also, before we go watching Higgins again, so he hires a lawyer to be questioned, and the lawyer's at trial. Now, first thing you should do when you want to be questioned by the cops is hire a lawyer. But
I don't
nobody
shame him
else
for
hired
that.
a lawyer. No. But nobody else hired a lawyer, did they? To be
Jen
there
has
for
a
question?
lawyer.
I think
But I don't
But
know
at
who
the,
does. I don't
but I
think
mean,
it
at
was-
the time, because he got one real quick. It sounded like
I
real
think
quick.
being in law enforcement, he knew that those texts were going to come out and he was trying to get ahead of the game.
You know how he knew those text messages were going to come out? Because he gave it to him. He went to the FBI, pulled what he wanted from his phone, and then threw it away.
Right. So he was trying to get ahead of it.
That's why I'm suspicious about him having it doesn't, again, there's nothing wrong. You should have a lawyer when you talk to the cops for good reasons. But it's just interesting. It's just interesting to me because the other people, the EMT people didn't say they had people there. So I just interesting.
I'm going to just say, if you're going to be questioned by the cops, get an attorney. So I don't fault him on that. I mean, I just listened to a podcast about an attorney, a defense attorney who got arrested for murdering his wife. They suspected 10 years before, and he's remarried. He didn't ask for an attorney because he felt like he could handle it.
Oh, hubris. It's a hell of
So
a drug.
get an attorney.
Yikes. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't fault anyone for getting one. I'm just saying, paired with the other things we know, it's just kind of, I didn't hear anyone else say so far that they had their attorney with them when they were being questioned by anybody. So, I don't know. I just think that's interesting.
Off topic, I have a request for Buffy.
She was buttering you up for something.
Didn't I tell you she was going to ask me for something?
Yeah.
I think you should go see the story that we're doing tomorrow for True Crime and Wine Time. And let me know if you would be interested in coming on and doing some reenactment.
That could be fun.
I think your facial expressions and your reenactment for a necrophile would be amazing.
You're amazing with
Play one on
confidence.
TV.
I mean,
Play one on YouTube.
I think you could win an Academy Award for doing it.
Oh wow.
There's some good content.
Oh.
It's gross.
It's
So
gross.
By the way, tomorrow night, if you guys don't have anything going on, 9 p.m. Eastern, True Crime and Wine Time with Terry. I will be guest co-hosting with her, and we're going to talk about the Karen Greenlee story, the inside the mind of a necrophile.
It's
bad. It's going to be something. It's going to be something, that's for sure. And then I think Amy is working on the Diddy video, I think. So, Buffy the Necrophile portrayer. I mean, you know.
I mean, who lives where it snows a lot? If it was a blizzard like that, wouldn't the hair have come off with the wind blowing so much and her car on the back of a tow truck being taken somewhere, plus moisture, plus how did that hair stay there?
I don't know, girl. Because let
But
me
it's
tell
also
you,
freezing. It's also below freezing. So,
have you ever tried to get hair off your shower wall? It stays forever. Just saying.
That is kind of true. But I would think if you blew it with the blow dryer or something, it might come off. I don't know, but that
Sometimes
just to
it's
me
like
is
sticks
interesting.
and it's like, get off and it won't stop sticking to whatever. I mean, I don't know.
yeah, I mean, it could like freeze too, the car. I just, even if it did, it just doesn't make sense with the location and all of that to me. And again, it's
I
a teeny
mean,
tiny little hair.
it's the
Oh,
fact that
no.
it's one that for me,
Yeah.
like one, just one. Okay, that's weird. Just one.
Oh, Lisa Lee, what part of sunny California do you live in? I would love to know that. You don't have to tell us if I'm invading your privacy. You could say Northern Cal, SoCal. I just wonder. But
Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
so, and then I heard you, Buffy, talking about if something hit your car and you didn't notice it, how would you know? So not too long ago, Double H and I walked out into the garage and I happened to walk around the side of the Armada and I went, holy shit, what happened to the car? There's a big old swipe down the side. Somebody
That's
like
what I'm saying.
sideswiped it. We don't know when it happened.
I don't walk.
Oh.
I don't do a 360 inspection on my car and walk around. The other day I walked by and I was like, "What's that?" Because I just got my car like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, "What's that?" And he's like,
Yeah.
"It's dirt. Calm down." And I'm like,
I wouldn't
But
even
yeah.
know if I had a busted taillight. I never look at the back of my car, so.
Oh, Lisa lives in the Bay Area. I used to live in the Bay Area. I love it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did used to live in Cali. I forgot.
I did, and my son still lives there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, today is gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see Alessi cross this lady. I think whatever, I don't know what he's gonna cross her about, but I feel like he's like ready to go.
he's gonna say a one hair magically stuck there.
And then I want to know the tools that they used. Were they clean tools? Did they just
Jesus,
come out of their
10% bleach,
toolbox?
Terry. 10%
No,
bleach
that was
makes you.
her stuff she uses. But when she needed help and she couldn't get it out, somebody helped her with their tools.
That's
Yeah,
true.
and that guy, if I remember from the last trial, testified that when he was helping take the taillight housing thing out, pieces broke off of the taillight.
So, yeah.
Because I was thinking, well, that's weird. I mean, it's not weird. It makes sense, but like pieces.
Oh, and I see y'all put up the survey. That survey does end today at 5:00. I did put an ending on the True
okay.
Crime and Wine Time one, but the one for Couch Court for Llama, that survey is still up.
Okay.
And I'll leave it
I
up
think
for a couple more days.
I think that is the couch court one, but it just takes a few minutes, guys. Your feedback's super helpful and we appreciate it.
But I don't think you should just use random tools in a potential murder case to get evidence off. How do we know those tools weren't used to help John O'Keefe change something on his car? How do we know? I mean, it leaves it too open for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've gotten there yet with, because I don't think they called in that police officer. We heard from that police officer last time, the one that helped hold that.
The one
out.
that helped.
Yeah.
No, you haven't missed much of anything, Kelly.
I will say I'm starting to confuse what I learned last time on the days I was watch, and this time I've literally had to take out a piece of paper and start making notes. Trial 1, trial 2.
Yeah. Well, I gave up trying to give up the bias. There's just no way I can unlearn what I know.
John's car looked pretty clean, but if that was however many days after the snowstorm, it wasn't driven anywhere. So it wouldn't have gotten salt and all that over it if it just stayed still since the
Oh, so is that
snowstorm.
what
So
makes the cars dirty from the snow is
salt.
driving on the road and the salt? Oh,
That, and then when it starts melting, snow starts to turn, black because it's on the road and all, and then your undercarriage gets
but if your car
gross.
just stays parked, it would
Uh,
just melt and be clean still?
I mean, yeah, pretty
Okay.
much, yeah. Yeah, it's the salt that usually you'll see that puts like the splotches all over the
Because
car.
Buffy's the blizzard expert. So,
Yeah.
That's true.
I am the blizzard expert. I've had one my entire life.
that's more than I have.
Well, when I was a kid,
Um,
but yeah, I just played in that and I don't know nothing about that.
yeah, what wrap up witnesses? There's a
We
mystery
don't know
with
snow.
basis.
Down
I don't.
here.
I'm sorry, Simone. I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, we had snow here. We got like 4 inches in the Austin area when we had what people call snowmageddon because we all lost power. But I didn't go out and drive in it. So my car stayed in the garage. So I truly don't know what it would do to the car. I just always thought the cars I've seen that had snow on the roads, they're just filthy. But that makes sense. It's from the stuff on the roads.
Yeah,
Well, I
it
didn't
gets
realize
real
how
gross.
dirty snow was until we had the great New Orleans snow blizzard this, couple weeks ago, months ago. Was it a couple months ago? Yeah.
Yeah,
And I was like, this stuff is so dirty.
it is dirty. It is
I
dirty.
bet.
And
Go ahead. I was
Annie,
going to say.
she went to go buy a truck or something. She went to Massachusetts. Her and her husband did to go buy this new truck, and they get there and the bottom's all rusted out. And I was like, yeah, because
No
the
salt.
salt and everything will rust out the bottom of your car.
Salt
So if
on
you
the
ever
metal.
go to buy a car in the north, make sure you check that undercarriage to see if the car's rusted out or not, because
Well,
it happens very quickly.
you have to do the same thing if you live near the beach, like people that live in Galveston or something, because they drive on the beaches, all of the
Oh,
salt water and stuff. It does the same thing to your undercarriage.
oh, interesting. I wouldn't have
Ours,
thought
we
of
do have to
that.
make sure they're not flooded out from every rainstorm that happens.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
Bobby V asks, is there much of a difference between last trial's witness list compared to the new trial? I don't know about the list, but it looks like they're not calling a lot of the same people. So I can tell you that.
Maybe we should dump the witness list from both into an Excel spreadsheet and match who's the same and who's not.
Oh, there's an idea.
If
I
you
would
have
not
them, send them
volunteer.
to me and I can do that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I have because I downloaded one that I used to. I think somebody started doing the order of them and who, but obviously it didn't update when I downloaded it. So whoever did this spreadsheet, I don't even know where it came from, but it's pretty awesome. Let's see. Simone Miller said, I didn't see the first trial, but I've been watching some of the coverage from the first trial, and Bev is getting on my last nerves. That's what I hear.
So we've had fingerprint guy, DNA lady. Well, no, not DNA lady. Crime scene hair picture lady. Trying to think of who we had today.
The niece or nephew.
Yeah, I think it was niece, fingerprint guy, photo guy of the excavation that one time. And we didn't even see any of his stuff. I don't know. It was weird. And then DNA lady. Right?
Well, we haven't had the DNA analysis lady, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hair lady.
Hair lady.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All I know is the
So,
fingerprint guy. I could sleep to him. He was so monotoned.
well, ones that are like that, they're that way because they're not trying to make up BS on the stand. You know, it's usually the boring ones that you're like, all right, that person's probably being pretty honest because this is so boring. Even if they're not, I don't know, because I lost interest. So it doesn't even matter. Oh, but I don't think they're gonna, well, we don't think that they're gonna call the people who lived in the house. Most likely not. They're not gonna be calling Proctor. Well, prosecution probably isn't.
Do we really think the defense will call Proctor? I mean,
After what we watched yesterday,
I
I
think
hope
so,
so.
but
I think so. I think so. Because it's going to make the prosecution look really, really bad for not calling him. And it'll seem like, in my opinion, it would show that the prosecution is trying to hide stuff from the jury. You know, for me, if I was on the juror and they didn't bring him, but defense did, I'd be like, "Ooh, I know this guy messed up real bad, but he's your guy. And you want to hide
what if
that."
prosecution isn't calling him because they don't want to be responsible for him perjuring himself on the stand? Because they can't ethically call someone if they think they might perjure themselves.
You can think
I think Proctor perjured himself a little bit the first time. I can't prove that. Just
they
my
would
opinion.
they would impeach him on a lot of his statements that he already made on the last trial and in all the grand juries. I mean, they're going to have a field day with him anyway, but don't think that they won't quickly pull up, well, you said.
Yes. But Buchanan was on the stand for 2.5 days because he's replacing Proctor.
That's what I think,
You know?
yeah.
But I think the defense should call Proctor. After what we watched yesterday, holy crap. Oh, what a guy. What
I'm
a
kind of
guy.
thinking Higgins needs to get called too. Now that I heard, or I like forgot that some of that testimony came out. Like,
I forgot too. I was like, oh, I forgot about Higgins. He needs to come on.
well, him saying that he saw John, like someone that looked like John
Someone
Doe
came
in the
in.
house.
I forgot about that.
I did forget about that. I don't know why I forgot about that. It seems very important, but I don't know why I forgot about that. But I think that's
So Lisa says something interesting. She thinks Bev will deny the defense calling Proctor. Can they? Can she?
They can't. You can't deny the defense.
I mean,
He's a
they can,
witness.
right.
If
When it
he- if
comes
he
to
worked on the
Proctor,
case.
no.
No.
So they can deny like experts coming in, right? You
Yeah.
gotta voir dire them and see if they're relevant. When it comes to Proctor, I don't believe they can actually do that.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
They can question like, why do you need, like, let's use Lori Vallow from her past trial where she represented herself. She wanted Nate and a journalist to be there. And they were like, why? And there was no reason for him to be there. So she was denied the ability to have him come on her witness list. But that's because he's a journalist. But if it's somebody that's investigated the case, like you have a right to that. Now, what they could be limited to what they could talk about. Sure. But
I mean, I can. I wouldn't put Bev past that. Like to put a thumb on them. But
I just wonder because he was terminated. But no, he was still. Yeah, I don't think she can deny it.
yeah, I think that would.
But it is Bev.
But Proctor is on both
not
of the
lead.
witness lists. He is on prosecution and defense, and that doesn't mean either one is going to call him, but he is on both of their.
He's the not lead investigator.
Right.
He didn't do 51%.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to do that. So,
I mean, but I've seen stranger things happen in court. So
that is true. That's true, because that's like the interesting thing, right? Is every jurisdiction, like we have these general rules, but every jurisdiction is wildly different from, like what's allowed in this court could not be allowed in a court.
I mean, they can't
5
even
miles
call
away.
a cop to testify on proper police procedure because she said,
Right.
you know,
Right.
I haven't seen it ever done in this, in
Right.
Massachusetts, so no, we're not going to start with me. So, like, okay.
I mean, I think she's giving a lot of room for appeals if Karen does get convicted. There is a host of appeal issues.
Angie believes so too.
Yeah.
The trial feels very confusing and random how they call witnesses. Agreed. Are most
I
trials
was
like
going to
that?
ask,
No.
are people who are watching this for the first time connecting any of these dots, having not seen all the witnesses people from trial one have seen?
I
Like,
know
if
I've
you're
had a
watching for
difficult
the
time.
first time, are you drawing lines? Like, is this story cohesive to you? Because I know the story, so I don't really like. Are these the witnesses making sense to me? I feel like they wouldn't make sense if I didn't already know what I knew.
They make no sense to me. I can't tell you what the timeline is that they've presented at all. And no, Nikki, this is not usually how most trial works. They usually tell things in like a sequential story. They'll bring the only time witnesses are usually jumbled where you're like, wait, why is this person here now? Is usually because of a scheduling conflict, usually with an expert. All right. Because they got to pay those people a lot of money to come. So there's a lot of logistics behind that. But normally it would be like, okay, all the first responders are going to testify together. All the detectives will testify together. All the family and so on and so on. But this is just all over the
And that's how it was last
all over
trial.
the
You had
place.
all of your first responders, you had all the cops, and then you had all the people in the house, and then you had the experts.
Yeah, no, this is one of the most confusing prosecution cases I've seen presented anyway. Like, I don't understand why they're calling people in this weird order that they are, but you know, here we are. Karen has the right to a fair trial. That's true. The appeals process is egregious. It's problematic, in my opinion. It's pretty problematic.
Yeah. I always cringe when people are like, well, they can always appeal. I'm like, yeah, well, she sits in prison for 2 years, 3 years.
That and good luck. It's really, really hard to appeal anything and get a result. Like it's really even something that's really blatant. It's tough. It's really, really tough. So
Now, in Texas, I have seen if the appeal is blatant that they've released the person out on bond pending the appeal. I don't know if they do that there, but I have. If it's very noticeable and they think, I have seen them do that here before.
Yeah, it's really difficult. So like if you see somebody that got a retrial, meaning they were found guilty and then the appeal allowed them a retrial, not this kind of retrial. I mean, some effed up things happen. Sorry, you guys. I am very uncomfortable today. Sorry if I'm
I think you
squinting
should
lot.
do a poll to see if people think if this does come in a mistrial, do they think there'll be a third?
Oh, that's a good one.
They will.
Hey, we can do a poll. I kind of forgot I had the chat open
I would
today
love
do
to know
that.
what other people, because I've actually talked to a couple of people that are in law enforcement here, and they're like, no way they'll do a third one. And I'm like, I think they will.
I think they will. They went like 4 times what Rentala, right? Was it 4 or 5?
Yeah.
For who?
Rentala. That's the paint case.
The paint case.
Oh, the paint. Yes. Yes. The woman in the paint. Yes. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I think it was
that's
like
Massachusetts too. Yeah. Yeah. Same people. Yeah.
After this is all over, we need to try to do a live show there and cover this case. See if we get potatoes thrown at us.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, they did 4 trials for Sean Ellis. Okay. I knew Carla they had. Because in Texas, I think we would give it up after 2.
Well,
There you go. There's a poll for you guys.
Just because of the cost.
Jury duty that I was on, we were hung. They did a retrial. They were hung. And then they dropped it.
Usually they don't go for
Yeah.
a third, but you have zealous DAs and politics and all of that stuff. And this is a cop, so
Yeah.
they probably could. But if they bring it a third time, I can't even believe
They'll
they
just
brought this the
bankrupt
first
her.
time.
They'll just
Yeah.
bankrupt her. Just
They
do it-
already.
keep do it till they bankrupt her.
Yeah.
Well, but
Right. Remember, the
luckily,
government has endless money.
and her defense team is doing this free,
Mm-hmm.
except for the experts.
Yeah, they still have to pay for
Hey.
expert flight.
Is she
housing,
still
food.
working? Do we know? Is she able to work with all this going
I
on?
don't think so. I feel like in the documentary, because she was a college professor, and then she was let go, and then I don't think she has a job because for obvious reasons.
Where would she be able to work?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Where, do you think she's gonna be able to go to work after this?
Mm-mm. She's
Maybe
gonna
have
have
an
to move.
OnlyFans page and show her feet or something. I just found out that OnlyFans is not all adult content. I did not know that. Did y'all know that?
Or at least not your normal adult content. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Yeah, she was terminated. That's right. I thought so. And she's getting crowdfunding, but
She was probably terminated for morality clause.
the Commonwealth
they
is
just didn't
paid
wanna
by the
deal with them.
taxpayers, Lisa. That's the
That's
thing about the government is they got all the money, they got all the people, and they got all the time. And that the regular people don't have that. All right. You're going up against Goliath. Like any defense attorney will tell you, you are going up against Goliath, against any prosecution. They have all the resources, all the money, all the people. Like a defense attorney has to beg a judge to get money from that, like a public defender, I mean. Public defender, they have to beg to get money for an expert, and they can be denied that. They can be denied public funds for defense, while prosecution doesn't have to do shit. They just could do whatever they want. So it's not very fair.
Okay, I thought she worked for Fidelity and she was a college professor. She was fired from both positions. So I had to Google it because I was like, I thought she was also a Fidelity investment person.
I don't know.
She was.
Okay.
It has to be a morality clause. Well, I don't know what Massachusetts laws are for firing somebody.
I mean, here I can be fired for any reason. So
Yeah, we're in at-will state as well.
I don't like your shirt. You're fired today.
Pretty much.
It's at will state.
No bueno.
Somebody said she hit 1 million the other day, Angie. She's raised $1 million. Okay, I got to go find where her GoFundMe is.
I mean, this defense is millions of dollars, without a doubt.
It's 6 million. Wasn't it that what AJ said? It's easy, like 6.
Probably
5 or
for 2 trials.
If they
at this
actually
capacity?
added up,
yes,
what the fees would come up to between what
I believe it.
she's got an appeals attorney. She's got Alessi. She's got Little. She's got Jackson. She's got Yannetti. She's got that new lady. And then they got to pay all the fees, the paralegals, the filing fees, the
experts,
housing, feeding them.
Easily between these 2 trials be
Travel.
$6 million.
She has
Easily.
made, or she's been donated to her, $968,090 as of 5 minutes ago.
For how long? How long has that been?
It
It's
doesn't
probably
say.
been since the last trial, if I had to guess.
Oh, okay.
11,806 people have donated.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of jurisdictions don't have a lot of money, but they have a lot more money than the people that are defendants usually. So.
I mean, they always say that they don't have enough money to investigate, but they always find some way to pay
The
for
state, they
the
can
dumbest
ask.
things.
They can ask the state for more money. We've done that for some of our bigger cases. With the Wagners, they had to ask the state for funding because it's a pretty small, poor county. And actually, I think it might be the poorest county in Ohio. And they had to ask the state for money to investigate and stuff.
The point is, they find the money for what they want. Just
exactly.
Yes.
The comments on her thing, it's a pay it to, which I'd never heard of, crowdfunding. The comments are kind of fun if anyone gets bored and wants to go read some of the comments.
Oh boy.
They're kind of funny. They're kind
Oh
of funny.
boy. Simone says, I thought about this too. If there's a hung jury, it's then a three-ring circus act. And why? Haven't they clowned around enough with snowplows and bite marks? Yes. Agreed. Agreed. But they don't seem, at this point, I feel like it's not even about Karen, even for them. It's defending their, the prosecution is team.
They've gone too
team
far.
Yeah.
They hired a defense attorney for a reason. They're not prosecuting Karen Reed. They're defending the Commonwealth. So.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
And who loses in all of this? The O'Keefe family.
For sure. For sure. It's a shame. Because listen, I know it's a smaller precinct, but like, we've seen all the houses in the area. They got money. Okay. They got money. So, I don't know. I don't know about all that. It doesn't feel, none of this feels right. And no, if it's for some of you, I know this is your first time watching trials. This is not how it goes at all. It's so bad that you don't even need to be a legal expert to be like, that doesn't sound right to me. That's not how things are done. That's how bad it is.
Most trials are actually very boring.
Yeah,
because they're just so straightforward. It's like they're actually kind of like, yeah, okay. But then you get one like this where it's like,
I mean,
right?
If people have
every
never
single
watched
witness?
a trial before, if they go to watch another trial, they're going to kind of be spoiled after this and all of the tea. Not all trials have tea.
Not all have tea, but quite a few do,
I mean,
actually.
some
You
get
won't even know.
spicy.
Yeah,
There's
you
some
won't
spicy
even know
moments in trial where
until
it's
it
like,
starts.
yeah. The defense attorney is kind of spicy and the judge is kind of spicy, but
Right? That and Daryl Brooks is a good one. Oh my God. Somebody pro se representing themselves. It's the best.
you're allowed to say fresh, Chunka. It's fresh.
It's the best. But then some trials, you'll think based on what you've seen in the media and all of that. And then the trial happens and you're like, oh shit, it wasn't like that at all. And that's a big eye opener. Sometimes there's little trials where you're like, nah, this doesn't seem like it'll be a thing. And then it actually turns into a thing because there are shitty investigations all over the place. Or, a lot of people that go on the witness stand that aren't law enforcement have never been on a stand before. And sometimes those are the gems, right? When you get somebody that's just being a normal person up on the stand. Well, I don't know if I'd call them normal, but you get some of those where you're just like, oh boy, that's embarrassing. Yes, the Travis Rudolph case is what I was thinking about.
Have you thought of what trial you might cover next? If you do?
I don't know, because Lori Vallow is representing herself again.
That's always
Joy. It's always good. I'm not sure. I know all that stuff's supposed to start around May 31st. I don't know exactly when that'll line up. I do want to do Brian Koberger, which is the end of July. That's going to be a long one.
Do you know how long that trial is? They're 3 months.
Uh-huh.
You're going to need a big butt cushion.
And it's 3 hours behind for me. So that's fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of late nights. Well, at least you can sleep in, right?
That's true. That is true.
I'm like,
but I
sleep
also,
in.
I'm not caught up in all the court stuff in the trial at all. So I don't really know what's going on with that. Like, I know what happened in the Idaho 4 case, right? But I have no idea what's going on in court with it.
Well, so
I have no
I think
idea what
stuff
evidence is out. I have no idea.
Just
So,
kind of
which is awesome.
trickling out right now because of things being unsealed and stuff. So we're kind of just getting trickles of stuff
Mm-hmm.
at this point. Angie says a lot of stuff, so maybe I'm just hearing trickles. I know we got the 911 call. I know we got some of that stuff, and there were some pictures released and purchases and stuff like that. And we watched the Dateline thing. Was that Saturday night where we watched that in Discord with the group where stuff was coming out. Oh,
So it looks like Coburg's trial is going to only be live streamed on the court's YouTube page.
You have to stream it right from his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be in real time or delayed. I don't know. Because, gosh, at least they're doing it that way. Because with the day bells, we had to wait till the end of day. Then they would release it an hour later. It was stupid. For the Idaho one. But what's interesting about Koberger's is that it's a death penalty case. And I find those very interesting because it's not something that's usually publicly televised for people to see the process of a death penalty case. They're also allowed to bring, because of the gravity of the consequence, they're allowed to bring in a lot more stuff that you would not see in a regular trial. And so, like, step one is trying to decide whether or not you think he's guilty or not guilty. That's it. Step two, because it'll be the same jury, they do mitigating factors. So there you're going to learn more if he's found guilty of Brian, or right, that's Brian, mental health stuff, family stuff, mitigation factors, where they're going to try to talk the jury out of the death penalty. In the second phase, the jury will decide whether it's death penalty or life in prison without parole. So it's always, those cases are very long for good reason. For very good reason. There's also 4 victims, so the number of victims influences how long a case can go on for. But I'm excited about the Koberger one. So
It's just a long trial. I was like 3 months.
Yeah.
It starts in August, right? August.
Jury selection's July 31st, I believe. And that's probably going to be a long jury selection.
I would think so. Because
Well,
jury
every juror has to
death
be
penalty
yes,
qualified.
death qualified, yes.
Yes. So that'll be about 2 or 3 weeks, I'm guessing. Especially you got to find one that has not heard about this case.
Doesn't know about the case.
Very, very, very publicized.
And is open with the idea. Because it's not like, so if you go and you're on a jury for that and they're asking you for idea about death penalty and you're like, yeah, I freaking love the death penalty. I'm all for it. Guess what? You're not allowed to be on the jury. If you go in there and you're like, I am so against the death penalty, I would never sentence someone to the death penalty ever. Guess what? You're out of there. You have to say, I am willing to follow the law and see where the things go. Like, you understand it's a hard decision, but you're there to follow the evidence. And if and when it comes down to that decision, you can make it either way. And that's how you get to be on a death panel.
What if my jury duties for a death penalty case next week? I have to say, I cannot give up 3 months of my life.
Not all of them are that long, but they can be. Again, this one has numerous victims, and but they usually are like 6 weeks at least. But I think some in Texas, I've seen one before that I think was like a week and a half. Like, what?
I mean,
oh wow!
I can give a week.
Hold on, I gotta let the doggos out real quick. What do I want me to?
Buffy, out of all of the trials you've watched, because I know you've watched a lot, which one would you say you enjoyed the most? Whether it be because it was crazy, they were found innocent instead of guilty, just which one did you enjoy the most?
Well, I'm a little obsessed with the Karen Reed trial. So far, the Karen Reed trial for the wild ride, but the Letitia Stout one, that was real sad. And I think that's one that one kind of stuck with me.
Okay.
Letitia Stout, yeah.
Because I know a lot of people think of Depp.
Yeah, I mean, I came in the middle of that one. I wasn't really that interested.
Yeah.
I mean, at first, I was just like, okay, this is a publicity trial.
Right.
Like this was I need attention. I don't know. It's just one of those trials where I'm like, celebrities and their problems. But yeah, so I mean, I watched. It was entertaining, but like one of the ones that, the Letitia Stout trial, like just what she, that was a hard one. So what she did to that little boy,
Yeah.
awful. So yeah, he's got a place in my little heart, in my little tiny heart, my little black heart. So
yeah. That's how I feel about the Michelle Blair. I don't think it was completely televised, but listening to the audio recordings because she pled guilty and stuff, it is awful.
Yeah, that was rough.
The things that she said, just as a mother, I can't imagine those words ever coming out of your mouth.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, that was awful. I know I had to caption that one. I had to write it. But no, what Kelly was talking about her Letitia's cash baby. There were some wild stories that Letitia came up with. So she had some wild stories. She was a little bonkers. So that was interesting. And she would wear her hair really funny to court. So it was like, what? And then she would, oh yeah, that's right. And she had like multiple personalities. So that was kind of fun to watch.
Maybe if there's a
or she
break
said she had multiple personalities.
where there's not a trial that Llama wants to cover, maybe that would be a good one to do a replay on.
It was very interesting, but it's so heavy.
I should say it's heavy.
It's so heavy. It's so heavy. That one's I think anything with kids though is super heavy.
I was getting ready to say anything with kids is heavy. And that's one reason why I stopped being a CASA advocate. I thought I could handle it and it was just too heavy. The things people do horrible things to each other, but when they do it to a child, it's just.
Yeah. But that one trial, was it? I can't remember his name. Was it Rudolph? Not Rudolph Randolph, with the witnesses that were just off the chain.
Yeah.
Do you remember that
Travis Rudolph.
Yes. Oh,
the football player one. Yeah.
That was.
Oh
I didn't
boy.
know anything about that one.
Those witnesses were like, that's where we got this, like, we didn't come here to read. I'm a curious child when we say stuff like that, because I'm a curious child.
Civilian witnesses.
All of
They're always so
these
fun.
quotes came from, I think, that trial. I didn't come here to read.
Yeah.
How do I know?
I'm a knowledgeable child. Thank you, Angel. All right, Angie. I'm a knowledgeable child. I'm a knowledgeable child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was what, like 2-3 weeks long or something like that. It was crazy.
And you want to talk about a bad investigator, so.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go find that one. I know nothing about Travis Rudolph. Not a zip.
Goodness.
Now I see why it's in Florida. Okay. I stay away from Florida a lot of times.
Really? The trials? The Florida trials are usually pretty good.
It's just, that state's just crazy.
I mean, every state's crazy, but yeah.
Now, I watched the Florida Man Friday girl and.
But Florida's got those laws that they just wave their crazy for the rest of the country to see. We got those, what is it, those sunshine laws? That's why everybody knows about everything. I mean, it doesn't help it.
She had a whole husband.
She had a whole husband. Yeah.
Oh gosh, what a wild time that was.
That was a fun trial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to add this to my list on ones to watch.
You never know what you're going to get into with a trial, so that's why, like, even if you know a case, like, I'm sure all the people were like, oh, Karen Reed, like, oh, we know all the things. And then you come to trial on and you're like, oh, wow. Oh, they're more inept than I could have possibly ever have believed, ever.
And that's
I thought she was guilty.
That's one of the reasons why I can't wait for Coburgers, because we've heard so much Dateline and what's been on the notes. And I remember watching after the Idaho 4, what they call them, were murdered, and we're
Mhm.
still in search for who did it.
Yeah.
And like watching, and I was in the Facebook groups and stuff like that, watching the news press releases, the
Mhm.
whatever. And what I mean, I really did follow it. But so you think and I'm curious to know how much we don't know.
Mhm.
That's why I can't wait to watch the trial, because I know we don't know everything.
Yeah, I mean, the
So
same was with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Whatever you think you know about Kyle Rittenhouse, I encourage you to watch that trial and then let me know what your opinion is, because it was very interesting to see the difference in what you hear about and then what you see. And it is
Mm-hmm.
some big differences, big differences, but it's a really good trial. That's for sure. It's very good. That one was exciting too. The FBI came in out of freaking nowhere one day with drone footage. It's like, oh, what? Yeah, it was an eye opener for me as well. You're like, oh, so maybe things aren't the way people tell things. Isn't that interesting? Florida laws have flaws too. Oh, that's hard to say. Florida laws have flaws.
Oh, Terry Schiavo. Oh my
Terry
gosh.
Schiavo, yeah, that was rough. Oh my
That
God.
was rough. That was rough. That was rough. What's been the worst or least favorite trial you've watched, Buffy?
the worst or least favorite, I don't think I have one. I mean, I didn't watch the Melly trial,
Ugh.
so I don't know. I don't think I've watched one that it was like bad. I mean, they're all different. Like you'll get some that are just boring, that are just straightforward, out the box, nothing like there's no surprises. Like everything
Right.
goes exactly as you expect. And then there's the occasional spice.
Yeah, I definitely will not be covering the Steven Stearns. Listen, I've
No.
watched kids' trials before. It really messes me up after it's over. I don't really realize it in real time, but then afterwards, every time I've watched one, I've had to like step away from trials for a while. So I don't really want to do that. It's a very important case. If
It is,
anybody
but
else is watching it, please watch it with them. Like that's no problem. But like I know how the kids ones affect me, and I can't do that. So different strokes for different folks, Like that's
Zoe agrees with you.
that's not my dog.
Oh, that's not your dog barking?
Oh no,
I thought
it's
it was you.
mine.
Oh, it's us.
Aw.
Somebody, it's my Cocker Spaniel.
Aw.
Okay. Oh, right. Gwyneth Paltrow's was fun. That was a
That
civil case.
Yeah,
But
that
see,
one was that one was fun. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I watched a couple of days and
I
I
didn't
was like,
expect that
"Ooh."
one to be interesting.
Mm-mm.
It should have
Nope.
been very boring, but it was
It
not.
should have been, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. It was actually really, really, really good. And then there's some other ones that like aren't a big deal, but then you're like that will start to create like, with Karen, it's a big divide on how people feel about the case. It's very
People are
interesting.
very opinionated about the Karen Reed TikTok For You page is full of Karen Reed.
I mean, I hope more people start watching trials. I think it's very important. I know it's boring for a lot of people and we're just nerds, but you're seeing how these different courts work, things that are allowed to be in, things that aren't, and you're going to come across some of them that you're just like, wait a second, this is just not, they're not proving anything to me. And then you have others where you're just like, oh, we don't even need to get past the opening statements. Nailed it. Nailed it. We're good. But no, there's such a variety from them. They're super neat.
I swore I would never watch a trial again after OJ. I
Like
did.
that
I
was
told
what, 30
myself,
years ago?
I know, but I was like, I was so invested, and I said, I will never subject myself to that again. And I didn't for probably 20 years.
Oh wow. Well, it was 11 months long, so that's
But
crazy.
I don't know why I felt so emotionally invested.
Mm. I mean, that's why the Karen stuff doesn't really surprise me, because everyone, like OJ was like this isn't our first time at the rodeo
Mm-mm.
where the whole world has opinions about this. The difference is
Yeah.
if she's not a celebrity, so
She's not a celebrity, and it
um,
was a police officer.
mhm. Yeah.
I
Oh yeah,
expected it to
Casey.
be on the up and up. I expected it to be the best investigation we ever seen. I thought people were going to be saying, how come a normal person doesn't get all of that?
Mhm.
And then it was like, yeah, that's not the case.
Mm. The Casey Anthony trial was sad, but the Casey Anthony trial is another example of you can tell who watched the trial and who didn't, based on how the jury came to the conclusion of not guilty. She was overcharged. Simple as that. You're following the law and what's given to you. They overcharged her. They did not fulfill it. And that was the prosecution's fault.
Yeah,
That
get
does,
the
and
book,
by the way, just because they find
Velvet
somebody
Hammer.
not guilty, just because you're not guilty does not mean you think that person's innocent.
Correct.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
I said the
No, we
Velvet
all know.
Hammer by Judge Blevins tells you a
Mhm.
lot about that trial.
Oh, yes, because Terry interviewed the judge
The
from the
judge,
Casey Anthony. You can find it on our channel, Judge Blevins. What was his first name?
Judge
Oh, gosh.
Blevins,
Court's
Blevins.
back.
Yes. Well, yes. No, we're moving. We're moving. It's fascinating. He was such a nice guy. It was
He
really,
was a,
really
s-
interesting.
he was a Southern guy, and he talked really slow, but he was
But like in
great.
a good way. Oh, you know what? Sorry, y'all. I just realized I had this muted.
Introduced the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay.
I just heard like the loudest thunder. I had to go
One
check
last
it out,
question.
make sure there wasn't like
When
what was going on out there.
a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces, accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself in my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers of packaging of
Yeah.
smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
Check my weather.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh,
separate
okay, that's fine. I was
packages
gonna-
after Mark.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
I had packaging time.
Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
Hey, could you show us, please?
They do such a great job.
This item was also located in the bag. And these 2 items were also located in the bag.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you very
for the
much.
super sticker. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Oop, okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
After you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area, and there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole, and in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please?
So do understanding that it's not a pleasure.
Okay. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a larger manila envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You can take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, How were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
Can you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
Can I move these 4 photographs into evidence?
I could just see them quickly.
Oh, by the way, goodbye, Terry True Crime. I know you're listening. Have a safe drive. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically, in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194.
You guys remember P190X or that workout thing? That's what it just reminded me of.
Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. Is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P-196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
Well,
Exhibits 148A and B.
with the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17, is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Are we sure it wasn't the ferret that did it? The new third-party culprit?
The whole time we thought it was a dog.
Those
Yes, I do.
sneaky little weasels.
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
And move these two into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
Lay down, Zoe.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Yes.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the T-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Sorry, my dog's
Before
thinking
you
about something.
tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange T-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and T-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigator's information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Okay. We have lots of questions about ferrets.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witnesses? Thank you. Your Honor,
So,
pursuant
show
to...
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B,
It's
C,
a
or
Leslie
are they
time.
separate?
Who's excited?
Okay.
Was it Gwen's son? Cat. Nova. That is a Zizzy and Cult reference. If you haven't heard anything about that, go watch our Zizzy and Cult playlist. It's a wild ride, you guys. We should have a new episode maybe coming out in June, I think. So I'm excited. It's a wild time. Hi, Kathy. Welcome back. So happy to see you here again. Missed you today. You got here just in time for cross. I hope he does
It
too.
is 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation to offer in that evidence. Next in order.
Oh yeah, I need to drink more water.
154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient
Okay.
for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to leave them for us.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And lastly, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this as-
Sure, thank you.
Buffy, I see your spaniel behind you. I never see her. No.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived. Or I'm looking at a vehicle, I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
Give it
You
time, Bellis.
didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Chat asking the real questions today.
Ms.
It's so
Hartnett,
ridiculous.
I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Sustained.
We can now take that down, Your Honor, thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part above around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
And you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Thanks, Amy.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
They're sweet, but not great.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed a damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. Have I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red Solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
Oh, why is that? 'Cause it's ridiculous. I agree. He does need to pick it up, sir.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red Solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 Solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2, did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same Solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which Solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
It
In
was
this particular
eeny,
case, I
meeny,
did not believe it was significant at the time.
tiny mo.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best Solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those Solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, in these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which Solo cup in the bag that these Solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a same single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got later.
That is correct.
Person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single Solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the Solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested to for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
But shouldn't the state police have them and not?
Why is it that you
Why was
believe
Canton PD in charge? They were
Exactly.
supposed to be recused.
a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
Isn't there logs
So
for that?
therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct.
You
Sorry,
know
I
what
didn't
would
cut you off.
help?
Oh, that's okay. My question
A
probably
log.
wasn't all that clear.
Ooh, that's too
Um,
advanced, Buffy. Too advanced.
Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday?
And what was the
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
She
And
is
what
all
was
of
the
us.
circumstances under which
What day is
you
today?
were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video?
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now, back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published,
Okay.
with your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could, please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was
looks like it.
swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
Why?
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't,
I'm hungry and I have no snacks.
you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
Did you catch all that?
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sallyport for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stage without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence, and I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133.
Okay.
If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolk just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Wolk, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore,
What?
you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yes.
if we could, Your Honor,
It's
with your
closed.
permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Oh my gosh, this is like a Perry Mason moment. You hear him rev up? It totally was. Matlock over here.
It's like inverted videos, messed up evidence bags. We've got
Yeah, it's just a
mirrored-
reflection.
It's just a reflection. There's only 1 tape.
You asked to see this
We're gonna
one.
gaslight everybody.
Can you now
Nobody
make
knows
a
what's going on.
determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a
Hey.
reflection?
Babes, if there's a
I
report,
can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm
you should be able to
asking
say,
you.
no, I have these logged here. There's 2. Is there a report?
Even if it
that
was
says
the
that?
inside, why is there glass on the inside of the car?
Just saying. Like, if you want to convince me there's 2, you would have a report.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
See?
Okay.
It's a reflection in the car.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
I'm ready to cast my vote. Let's just go deliberate.
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure.
I can't see the B
Trick
at all.
photography.
Oh, there we go. It's red.
I-
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
like that.
Will we be able to find this picture on the internet so it's clearer for us? Because we're watching a picture of a picture.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse
Hopefully.
B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Say yes.
Can you
Please
that
say yes.
again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yeah.
picking up?
Okay.
So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, 1 sticker and 1 B, and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with this bumper?
She doesn't want to say it.
I don't know specifically that it's a
Yes,
reflection.
please. Are you-
It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking
what
at
is
this
your
photo whether
report
I just
say?
label 2 separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better, or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
Freaking a reflection.
So what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm,
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a
She does have doubt.
reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment?
She's
Do you have
not
any
gonna
doubt?
oh, I would say it could be a possibility,
Right,
yes.
so you have doubt.
Shut up.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a
Okay.
possibility?
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
Is it a probability?
Ma'am.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important. But it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
It would have,
So-
because you said there was two.
With regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to
I bet
the,
she doesn't do that again if
these,
she did label,
we
use the
can go
same
back to
letters.
the,
Because now you don't know.
none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper,
Okay, Polly, but who isn't drooling over his sex?
you therefore
That was like a Hollywood moment.
did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you guys remember earlier how we said trials can be boring sometimes and then you never know what's going to happen? Boom. Happened.
And you have to listen for it because you didn't even see it coming until it did.
Didn't.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If
Boom.
we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
And it did sound just like a Perry Mason moment. Like it was so you're telling me. It was like, that was funny.
You don't get very many moments like that actually in
Ms.
trials.
Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct?
I'm
You
sorry.
testified
What is
to that
that?
somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't
Sorry,
believe
y'all,
I
Elbow Feet's
observed
home.
the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. This is gonna hurt my brain.
I don't understand why the photo is like this or video or whatever it is.
Is it like warby?
Yes.
Like morphine? Okay. I thought
Yes.
maybe I was having a
You could
stroke.
wait, Mr. Wolk, until the
It's
sirens
wavy.
pass.
None of us are
Ms. Wolk,
hallucinating right
if you
now.
can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed.
Oh, he's showing snowfall off the. I'm glad you can see that, Shanka, because I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Where? But like where? Oh, okay. I see something that looks like something
I think it
that drooped off the
think
back.
above the K and the A. I think
Wait, there's a K. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was
And
like,
Karen.
wait, there's a K and A, but your banner. Never mind.
my banner. Sorry.
I was like, oh my God.
Oh.
Time to get this prescription fixed.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit,
Can
Mr.
we
Wolk,
zoom
without
in and clarify and brighten? and
overly accelerating all
upscale?
that's happening.
I'm gonna do this.
And oh, look at that! They're listening to you clearly.
Like, can we zoom, please? Zoom.
By the way, in case you're all wondering, yes, we are in the defense team's ears right now. They clearly listen to Couch Court with Llama on a regular basis. Forget all the lawyers covering it. They're like, nope, that Llama and Buffy know what they're talking about.
We're not experts. We just yell at the screen like we are.
And accelerate it a little
Exactly.
bit
They're great at it.
more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground?
Hmm.
For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
Did I?
I didn't take note of that.
Guess we're
That
gonna
was
play it
on
again.
January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sallyport on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So, that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sallyport on February 1st. Yet
He's
there
talking
is
quiet.
glass on the bumper
It's coming.
on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What is it gonna be?
I know, he gets quiet all the time, and then he gets loud when he he wants to.
Let's
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
I
Bruh.
just. She is
How,
so
do you know where,
pissed.
and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed
Dighton?
back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Check, Jimmy.
Sustained.
What did I miss?
He's asking her
Do you
if
know
she thinks
the
glass
weather
traveled
conditions
for 60 miles an
that
hour
were in the
for like
area? You
45
talked about
minutes.
it earlier, you talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022,
Yes, I do.
do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center
Enhance.
is to,
Thank you.
so Ms. Hartnett can see what, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to.
It can be, but strong winds is what you need for it to be a blizzard. It can snow as much as once. But
And
the
if you
winds
now
need to be
then
high.
can proceed to the yellow line and go over to, and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th.
So
Do you
15
see
and
those two numbers, Ms.
37.
Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the
Was it windy as shit,
average
ma'am?
wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th
It was just a little chilly.
2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
We're showing you.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Bye, Buffy. Thank you so much for being on today, babe. Good time to be on.
In your experience as a
Bye, babe.
forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to
It's not even in a crevice.
average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and
But they didn't.
correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time
So
period.
within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair.
Ooh. Leslie,
May I, Your
I
Honor?
love your face so much.
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay. He's like, prepare yourself, because you're about to get fucked.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr.
You were
Wolf,
wrong.
for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett.
I love it.
Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you
Hey,
kindly
first-time
use
trial
that
watchers,
and
I know
draw a
Leslie wasn't
circle
here, but has this stuff been
around
pointed
the
out in the
apparent
first
hair?
trial?
Yes.
The reflection and all that jazz?
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C-shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C,
Okay, awesome.
then, if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So
I
I'm
hope
not
you're talking about
sure.
me and not the
Whatever
hair,
way you
but-
would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just
What
going
you're
to
talking
show
about,
you
Leslie.
another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what
Sure.
you're talking about, and we won't give it a name,
Okay.
right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that, a little hook at the top and then a straight, or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
Yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line? It's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
Yeah, you all see how dirty her car is? It's from the salt mist now.
Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
Why does it look more like a C?
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you
doesn't
see the hook are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would that be helpful to you answer the question?
He's like, I
Potentially,
would
yes, thank you.
love to. I'm so happy you asked. Thanks for the assist.
Maybe we could zoom in if possible for each one so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of the
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're
All right,
taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head-on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is, the one camera angle appears for who's ever taking the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same
570.
location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Ronnie. So, isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct?
John.
It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Like if this was find the difference pictures, that were in kids' highlights.
Now, if we can,
I would circle
Mr.
it.
Woke, now zoom in
Just saying. I love those things.
and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
Oh. They're going the opposite directions. Unless the picture's inverted as well. Even then.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple
Oh,
of minutes, please.
Sidebar. She's like, the jury needs to go home. Are we just coming back tomorrow? What is this business? WTF, everybody. WTF. That Alessi, man. What a smart guy he is. What a smart guy, right? Because I was like, oh, this witness, whatever. Not a big deal. Oh, it turns out it's a huge freaking deal. And to not admit what was clearly a reflection in the picture. Nobody who takes accountability. None of these people want to be like, yeah, my bad. No. Her feet still on the ground. And those hairs are very, very different. The width of them, right? So like one's like a C and then the other one's like that. Oh, the face is in the way. Oh, I'm so bad at this camera thing. I'll get better. But the one is like that. And then the other one is like that. Those are significant differences that you wouldn't get just by, coming right here and taking a picture and coming right here and taking a picture. Get out of here, lady. How embarrassing for her. Oh, my mom sounds like stuff was planted. There's no way that stuff stayed on there. Yeah, this is a problematic. This is very problematic for them, especially for this piece of glass. It wasn't even in a crevice. And it's did they hear about the inverted video already? Yes, they did. Yes, because Buchanan talked about it. So the jury has already heard that they tried inverting a video to, I mean, we don't know if they were trying to deceive, but like, obviously. So they know that was bad business. And then you have this nonsense. It's crazy. Let's see. The lines under the bottom right corner of the marker are not different. Are you talking about like what do you call those? Dirt lines, I guess. I don't know what you call those. They do look, they're the same. It does not look like any inverting is going on in this picture. Let's see. I bet she's going to dismiss the jury.
Mr. Wolker? Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
You would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling, Alessi.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please.
Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today.
Ooh, she's going to be
Please
back tomorrow.
Same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you
polite.
tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so she's coming back tomorrow. We will,
Please rise for the jury.
we'll just hang around though for a little bit. See if the lawyers have anything to say. They may not. We'll go big screen for now. Maybe not. Ooh.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Never mind. Counsel at sidebar, which means we're probably not going to talk about anything. Anyway, oh, RTC, you're back. Oh my goodness. What just happened today? Hi, little llama. Oh, thank you. I'm glad your raccoons made it back. I love that. My son's little stuffed raccoon. Not a craccoon. If you saw the recent stories out of Ohio about a raccoon they found in a car with crack pipes. Yeah, it was a true thing. Anyway, so we had a Law and Order moment happen today. Because today's been pretty whatever. And then Alessi comes in, setting her up, and he's like, ma'am. So there's a picture of a tiny little piece of glass on Karen's bumper thing. And it's not in a crevice, it's just laying on top. And this lady has convinced everyone that she had two markers because there were multiple pieces of glass. Alessi comes in with the photo and is like, ma'am, that is clearly a reflection. There is only one sticker there, and there is only one piece of glass. And she would not admit that it was a reflection when it was blatantly, because it was either this. There's two things. Either one, it was a reflection, or two, that glass was inside of the vehicle, which makes no sense of why there would be a tiny little piece of glass inside if they want to claim the glass came from John holding the cup, right? Anyway, boy, did he just make her look bad. Oh, you're in Ohio too, Simone? Me too, girl. Me too. They're not eating cats. You act like Ohioans have eclectic, exotic taste. You're from here. You know we don't. Get out of here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, babe. Yeah, Hank's witnesses all seem to fall apart. Like, honestly, I just thought, actually, I think I might have said earlier, like, oh, here's a tech person following protocol. Do, 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 do. And then defense came in, unless he busted through the wall like a freaking Kool-Aid man. And he really built up. And then you're saying, is that a reflection, ma'am? And I felt bad for him because I don't think he got the in the courtroom like he deserved. But we were doing it for you, Alessi, in case you're listening. Nikki said I was distracted during that and need to rewatch, but I thought she was such good notes. Probably go back and watch the last 45 minutes. I want to say, what time Elbow Feet get home? It was probably around like 3:15. So the last hour. Not great. Not great for her. She is very unhappy. Oh, Stark County. Okay, I know where you... Well, I don't know where you are, but I know it's up north. I am not. I am in the middle. Oh, goodness. Wow, you guys, what do you think about that? So, you first-time trial one watchers. The glass reflection thing was not... Sorry about the blue monster. It's still around. You guys didn't... It wasn't pointed out, the reflection, to you guys? So that's like a new bombshell? Were the pictures produced? I know, it sucks I have all these questions, and Buffy has to go be a mom and pick up her kids because she's a wonderful mother. Like that. So yeah, so one, did they show the pictures of the bumper with the piece of glass in the first trial? And two, was it pointed out that it was in fact a reflection of the bumper? Okay, let's see what we got here. Sorry, this is not related, but Shanka, that's hilarious. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets, but what about the ferrets? Ferrets are protected here in Ohio. No, that's not true. I don't know anything about that. All right, Angie says reflection, no. Hair, yes. Okay, interesting, interesting. Shanka says not on the bumper. Belle says nope. Didn't notice it in trial one. It wasn't brought up. I believe you guys. I mean, if it was, I feel like that would have been like, ugh! Look, would just like it would carry over for the second trial. So props to Alessi. Oh, you sent me a pic with your crappy screenshots. Of what? Of what? Let me go see real quick. Oh, that's not right. I'm just clicking things that I don't need to click around. A lot of YouTubers pointed out the issues with the hair the last time around. I mean, yeah, that's interesting. Right, okay. You know what? I'm going to download this. Well, I guess I'll look at a picture of my face. I don't know. We'll pull this up because, hold on. Let me make sure there's nothing in your tabs, Lady in Gray. No, you're good. Okay. Before I go, is it all right, Lady in Gray, if I share the screenshot you sent to me? Is that okay? Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna... I'll at least cut everything else out of it. How about that? And then we're all good there. That's just what I'm going to do. Oh. All right. Let's do this then. How about that? Oh, computer, now is not the time to be a pain in the butt. We got things to do. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Image file. Here we go. Okay, you guys, let me take down all this stuff. because court is not in session anymore. Of course, I say that, and then Bev will just come back in out of nowhere because she doesn't care about my schedule. Anyway, so if you can see, though, you know what? I feel like this first one here, you see at the bottom, like right of the sticker, it does like a hook. Oh no, never mind. I'm an idiot. My mouse was in the way. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Anyway, yeah, if you look at the white salt snow stains, they definitely look as they're in the same placements along the paper. That is clearly facing two different directions, you guys. Clearly. Wow. It has to be enough snow to track a ferret, yes. I love you guys. You guys are so funny. Oh jeez, ouch. Unless he doesn't miss anything, right? Did you hear how excited he was? He was like, yeah, I got it. My Tom Cruise moment from A Few Good Men. I got it. Or was it Jack Nicholson that said that? I think it was Tom Cruise. I don't know. I haven't seen that for a very long time. Yeah, they are definitely the same picture. This is not defense trying to pull up. Ooh, look at this. They are clearly different. And for that woman to just be like, I don't know. They look the same to me. Oh, no. Shame. Oh, it's Jack. All right. I haven't seen the movie in like 25 years. So thank you for the assist, chat. You guys are always great for that. And I appreciate it. Oh, never mind. I thought that was about something else, but I was wrong. So wow, what a moment for defense today. Okay, so let's recap the day real quick. We know the niece came on the stand for maybe like an hour. Yeah, about an hour, because we watched Brian Higgins' testimony from the first trial. Then after that, I forget his name already. I think his last name was Brent, Sergeant Brent, maybe. He went dusting for fingerprints. Okay. What? All right, well, I guess court's done, I guess. I don't know, that was weird. Okay, anyway. So there was like fingerprint guy. There's fingerprint guy. And he dusted the inside passenger compartments, didn't find any fingerprints. So I don't even know why he was on the stand. Then after that was another person, CSI trooper, MSP person, who goes on the 9th, I think it was February 9th. No, it was 5 days, February 3rd, I think it was. Yes, February 3rd. They go to excavate a little bit of the yard with shovels, and he took some pictures of stuff, I guess. I don't know why those two people were on the stand. They serve zero purpose for anything. But okay. Oh yeah, there was Sergeant Clark was one of them. I don't know. Clark, and another one that started with a G, Gallerini or something. I don't know. Then we have this lady who was crime scene for MSP. We went over John's clothes. There was something about ferret blood. We still don't know what that was about. She couldn't rule it out. Is that it? She couldn't rule out ferret blood and primate blood and human blood, I think she said. It was very weird. So we talked about ferrets for a while. Alessi has not asked her a question about the ferrets. Maybe he will tomorrow. But anyway, so she discusses how there's a tiny little piece of glass found on the bumper, the rear bumper step thing. And it was just laying there. And Alessi comes in and is like, whoa, girl, this picture is a reflective one. You did not. That is not right. And she was like, I can't see that's a reflection. I don't really know. It's clearly a reflection. And ma'am, if you cannot tell whether something is a reflection or not, are you qualified to do your job? Your job is observations. Okay? She took She collected this evidence from the car. Like, that is your job. And then you say, I don't know. It looks the same to me. I can't definitively say that's a reflection. Get out of here. All because she didn't take the picture. Ma'am. Ridiculous. Okay. Let's see. And Chloe is still missing. Okay, yeah, there was ferret DNA. I don't understand about the ferrets. I don't understand. But it was mentioned. I don't think ferrets are like that popular of an animal, like a dog, you know what I mean? But here we are. Here we are. Ferrets are in the mix. So you guys, that was like really all that went on today. You know, earlier I was saying how trials can sometimes be boring and the witnesses are like, nah, okay, this is just going to be a normal one. I'm putting together some stuff for later tonight. And then here comes Alessi with a bombshell. Because how many of us, I'll raise my hand, when prosecution showed us the pictures of the glass and the hair, I didn't really think about much of it. I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. You know, think about that. I didn't. I mean, maybe you guys did in the chat, and if so, please. You guys are good citizen detectives. But I didn't. And then Alessi points it out, and it's like, oh, that's plain as freaking day. Plain as day. Yes, they did create their own mystery jigsaw puzzle. Like, what a mess. What a mess. But he destroyed this woman's credibility, in my opinion. If you can't admit that that's a reflection, how can I trust your observational skills with anything? Come on, lady. Come on. What a mess today was, you guys. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. Well, good news is it looks like we're going to have a full day tomorrow again. So we will be here at 8:30 a.m. Eastern for more of Karen Reed and Miss, oh, what was her name again? What was her name? She was just on there. And I'm like, Maureen Hartnett will be back on the stand with Alessi. And I feel a little bad for her. I don't think you want to give Alessi more time to rewatch what you've already said and come back the next morning. I'd be scared. I'd be nervous. Would you guys be nervous? Because I would. Anyway, so that's really all that went on today. Thank you guys for watching. So what I'm going to do, you remember earlier today how I told you I was going to start doing nightly updates for Diddy? Because his trial started the other day. And oh my gosh, you guys, it's something else. It may not be for everybody. But anyway, so after this video should... Amy, did we get that set up to where it redirects? In theory. No, we did not get it so it redirects. Okay. Is it uploaded? Yes. Okay. All right. We could not redirect you from here to that. But after this, you should go check out my video for the day 1 and 2 recap of the Diddy trial. Because tonight, episode 3 or day 3 is going to drop here in a couple hours. I'm going to go record it now. That's why I can't really stick around because I got to research and then make that for you guys. But if you all can like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when the video drops later and you don't miss us in the morning, that would be awesome. And yeah, thank you guys all for being here today. Thank you, Terry True Crime, who came on earlier, and Buffy, who was here all day. Annie couldn't be here with us. She is resting easy while she awaits for baby to be, but we definitely missed her today. So until then, you guys, thank you so much. And if you find any good stuff on the social media, because I don't have it, please send it to me in Discord, or you can email me. I know we made a little thing. You can email me right there at tara@TCWTmedia.com, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, guys? All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for being here today. Go forth and be amazing, everybody. We'll see you later. Bye.